Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
People think that a locally owned and operated appliance store may not offer what they need. Actually, we have trained and dedicated sales associates, expert delivery and installation, professional repair service, and personal customer service. Plus, we have access to a huge local warehouse with over 6,000 models in stock. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
The Quarterdeck Restaurant, located on Main Street in the heart of Falmouth, specializing in fresh local seafood and other classic American cuisine, featuring a full bar with friendly staff. And the Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, located in North Falmouth just off Nathan Ellis Highway, featuring catering services with 2 full event rooms serving up classic Italian cuisine. The Quarterdeck Restaurant and Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, we're here to serve all our friends in Falmouth.
It is 7 o'clock, 7:02 actually. And I don't remember how much of this I have to read, but in accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, we're going to be in remote Zoom session tonight. And Zoom instructions are on the town website. If anybody wants to attend and they want to make any comments in the chat function, you can submit comments, or written comment can be sent to selectboard@falmouthma.gov in between at any time, or before the meeting would be best. Before 2 o'clock is best, actually. Any other important points I need to make about the Zoom remote meeting?
No, I think you're good to go, and further details are included with the agenda packet, and like you say, on the town website as well. So it's consistent with what you've done in the past.
Okay, well, I guess we should start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I have a flag here. If you'd like to join me.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it
for which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible,
with
with liberty
liberty
and justice for all. And so we'll hold off on the recognition. Sam, if you want to do your announcements.
Sure. The first announcement is an opportunity for Falmouth families that might be struggling a little bit economically. The Falmouth EDIC, in cooperation with the developer of the second phase of the solar panel array on our landfill, is actually offering a sort of a rebate program that could save families up to $300 per year. It's a bit complicated for me to just announce, but I just would refer you to the falmouthedic.org website. And if you look on that homepage, you'll see it listed. It's called Joe First Son. It's a program that's being offered by the developer. So it's falmouthedic.org. And just go to the website and take a look at the details. The EDIC has briefed our Falmouth Service Center, our Senior Center, our Human Resources Department, the school department, and many other organizations in town that might actually have networks that would include families that would be eligible. So we're trying to get the word out, and I just wanted to make that announcement. My second announcement is for the Community Preservation Committee, and that's to announce the upcoming needs assessment webinar, let's call it, because it's going to be virtual. It's going to be Thursday, March 11th, 2021. I don't think that the agenda is posted yet, but if you look about 3 days ahead of time on the town website, go to that agenda icon that's on your left on the screen, hit agenda, look for Community Preservation Committee, and pull up the agenda. Then you'll find out the information that will allow you to actually connect to the virtual meeting. So it's Thursday, March 11th. And I would say that for those of you, for those organizations in town, it's very important to come and help the CPC fully understand the needs of the community, and hopefully we'll host some projects or vet and host projects that help us meet some of those needs. Thank you.
All right. Welcome, Chair Braga.
Thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
Took a little bit longer to get here tonight. Nancy, did you have an announcement?
Just a quick one, and this comes from the Energy Committee. Mayflower Wind Project. If anyone wants to take a look at progress in terms of Falmouth and the testing, they have added a Falmouth-only page to their website, and you can access that by typing in https://mayflowerwind.com/Falmouth. And they're posting information on there. So if anybody in Falmouth wants to take a peek, information is provided there.
Great, thank you. Any other announcements? Okay.
And we took the announcements out of order, and we didn't do any
Okay.
recognition. And I don't have any particular person or group to recognize tonight, but what I did think of as I was reading the letter from the young person who was concerned about the expense of living here, I felt like we should give recognition to the fact that we live in a very expensive place. And some of us are lucky enough to be able to afford it without too much trouble, but other people have real challenges. And it's just, I want people to know that we recognize that. So that's it for me for today for recognition.
Thank you, Doug.
Cool. Good point.
Yep. So any other comments from anyone? I will now take public comment. What I would say is I know a number of folks sent us emails calling it public comment, but it was actually to be read or discussed when we get to those agenda items. So I'll just remind folks, public comment is an opportunity for individuals to speak for up to 2 minutes about an issue, concern that they have that is not on the agenda. So, folks who sent us emails or asked to kind of read statements into the agenda about other issues coming up, we will do so. You haven't missed your opportunity. This here is for folks who are looking to make a comment about something not on the agenda. I don't see anything. I just give that little long-winded explanation to give folks a little bit of time to jump in the chat if they want to. A reminder to folks that, oh, go ahead, Doug.
However, I do want to clarify on the articles for the warrant. We don't usually take public comment on those articles, correct?
I don't think that we have in the past. I think we've taken the presentations. Is that
Right.
what you recall, Doug?
Yep, that's it. It's 5 minutes for the presenter.
For the presentations.
To make it. Yeah.
And we're not
Yeah.
voting it tonight. We're just hearing the
Nope.
presentation. So thank you for that clarification, because we did receive a couple of different emails. And you are correct that we've never taken comment, public comment when we've done the presentations. That would be appropriate at a following meeting if someone either wanted to raise it during public comment or if they wanted to raise it when we discuss and vote those issues. Excuse me, those items again. Yep, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, but also it's really to clarify those articles. The actual deliberation takes place at town meeting. So, it should be understood that it's not for people to give their opinions. That's not the purpose. It's basically to clarify the article so that everybody understands it. The deliberation takes place at town meeting.
Right.
Just like a precinct meeting.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well,
And
like
also-
some precinct meetings.
Okay.
Good point. Also, I think that I just want to start this night by reminding all of our viewers, all of the folks who plan to participate, this is a very hefty agenda. So we are going to be concise. We're going to keep people from kind of repeating, and we're going to really push through so that folks who have items later on the agenda are not waiting up until 11:30 to come before us. So we will be moving forward with that. Okay, I still don't see anything for public comment, so I'm going to move on to summary of actions. Change of license type, lodging house license, Inn on the Square, 40 Main Street, Falmouth. I think we
I
have
move approval of the change of license.
Great.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Doug.
I don't
Yep.
want to be, so do they have a liquor license?
I think that Inn on the Square, they might, but I don't know that that's.
Because it looks like they're trying to eliminate food service. But if they have a liquor license, shouldn't they have some sort of food service?
I don't know the answer to that.
They're not required to.
No?
No, you can
During
just.
COVID, they're required to, but in general, they're not required to.
I see. Okay, then.
Okay.
I thought it was a requirement all the time. I didn't realize that.
So Grumpy's doesn't have food service.
Okay. I thought it was only because they had a fire and it was sort of a default.
Okay. I don't think so. A lodging house has sleeping accommodations and either serves food to guests only or no food service at all. So.
Okay, as long as it's legal and there's no problem, I'm fine with it.
Okay, great. I have a motion. I have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, please. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
English Braga, aye. Pledge of collateral, wine and malt package store license. MA Friends Inc., DBA Jack and the Beanstalk, 800 Gifford Street Extension, Falmouth. So this is a further return to some of the issues that we saw previously. Any questions from this board?
Yeah, we do have a comment from the investigator recommending disapproval. Has that been cleared up?
Do you know, Mr. Suso, if that, or Peter, I know you're in there in the background, if...
I thought that's why it came back to us. I think that was what made it come back.
Yeah, I believe so. They're asking for corrections on the documents.
And which
So
they
They've been delivered
provided.
by the attorney.
I'm just looking for the letter. I know Attorney Leppertz had written a letter saying he couldn't be here, but was supplying, let's see. Do we have town council present?
We do. We need to bring
maybe
and or Irie into
can
the
we
meeting.
can we bring them in, and if we have to set this aside for a minute for them to take a look at? Okay, here comes Frank. We can just ask him, and Irie.
Hello.
Hi, Frank. Good evening. Were you aware, hi, Irie, of anything about this this coming back to us from MA Friends?
I was not, and I haven't seen any documentation on it in the last couple of weeks, so I'm afraid I can't help you.
Okay, so it looks like maybe if we could have Irie, it looks like the ABCC requested a list of other required documents and corrections, and they were delivered to the office. Maybe if Peter Johnson-Staub, could you just coordinate to see if Irie can and Frank could take a look at it? It's not particularly complex. It looks like it was just some kind of cleaning up some of the banking information, et cetera, Corey request form, a couple other things. But maybe if we can have you look at it and come back to it. Later tonight or at the next meeting? Maybe later tonight, if possible. And if Irie just sends a chat and says that's not possible, then we can.
And Sarif Patel says they've just submitted the required documents to the town hall, or not just, but they have submitted.
Yeah, we see that, but we just also have the note from the ABC saying disapproval. So I just want to make sure that we're doing. My guess is the disapproval came before they submitted those additional documents. That's what my guess is.
But it seemed
just
like
asking if someone can take a peek at it.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well, Madam Chair, because
Okay.
if you read the list from the state investigator, it parallels the list that Attorney Chris Leibhertz
Okay.
provided on January 17th. So it looks like that was indeed addressed, but we can await town council's further comment.
Yeah.
But the date of the state attorney is February 12th. The investigator is February 12th, and if the attorney Leibhertz is January 17th, then that would have been preliminary to the February 12th issue.
Unless he, yeah, I mean, that's what I guess I don't understand. Unless he provided these documents after the fact, I don't know. So let's just have maybe if Irie could take a peek at it, and then we'll come back to it.
My guess
is maybe Mr. Leibbert's date on his letter is wrong.
Yeah, because it's stamped February 17th received, even though it's a January 17th date. My guess is he mistakenly dated it the 17th of January.
And then that makes sense in time wise. So, okay. So we'll just have Irie take a quick peek. It looks like everything is in order, but just so that we are clear, and then we'll just come back to that if we can. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Under administrative orders, we have approved request for grant of license for existing stone wall within the public right of way at 200 Moreland Road. We had quite a bit of paperwork from the petitioner, and Julian, we were expecting
approval of the request for license.
Right. I have a motion to approve.
Patterson second.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, by roll call, Taylor.
Taylor, aye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Brown.
Brown, aye.
Okay, thank you. English Praga, aye. Next, vote to lease the Emerald House to Cape Cod, Cape Verde Museum and Cultural Society. This is, as you recall, we sent out an RFP for the Emerald House. We had one application, which was from the Cape Verdean, the Cape Cod, Cape Verde Museum and Cultural Society. We have in front of us a draft lease agreement that has been looked at and weighed in. We have weigh-in and comments from town council. Peter, am I missing anything?
No, I think that's it, just for the public to know that the board directed staff to prepare a request for proposals to solicit entities interested in leasing this building. The opportunities for activities that were eligible were very limited by the residential zoning. So we were really looking at philanthropic institutions, and the board further said that the request for proposals would give first priority to those entities that might connect to either Portuguese heritage and or farming in connection with the history of this parcel. And it was reviewed by 3 staff members recommendation. We received just the one proposal from the Cape Cod, Cape Verdean Museum and Cultural and Visitor Center. And it has been reviewed and deemed consistent with the requirements of the RFP. And you have the recommendation before you.
And
It's a great fit for this house.
Yep. Sorry, go ahead, Doug.
I think it's a great fit for this house, and I would vote to move to approve the lease.
One comment. Didn't you guys all see the email from Ed Haddad?
Patterson second.
We have a motion, Patterson second. Yes, yeah, Doug, we did, and Peter had responded back to it, explaining that anything that's done to the exterior of the house really would be subject to those sort of that historical commission overview. Interior wise, it wouldn't, because that had been gutted when the building was first obtained by the town, because obviously the inside had been changed significantly.
Okay.
I
So I
like
think Ed-
even the line saying that they even have to protect the historic glass. That if any of the windows are broken, they have to replace it with the historic glass to maintain that look.
They'll have
Yep.
to see Tom Renshaw for that.
That's right. And just one quick comment to remind, because I know we've received a lot of just real interest in this particular parcel. There are a lot of potential activities that can go on this parcel, which is quite large and diverse in the way that it's laid out. We already have Farming Falmouth doing the community garden there. We've had talk about the all-inclusive playground. There's been some discussion about whether there's some component of affordable housing in the future. So I don't want folks to think that this particular lease precludes or stops our discussion about all of those other pieces. And there are lots of ways for those to tie in. And I know Farming Falmouth has already had some great discussions with Cape Verdean organization here in Falmouth, as well as with this particular entity, and talking about some ways that there can be some collaboration and overlap. So very exciting. So I have a motion, second, seeing no further discussion, by roll call, please. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye. Great, thank you. We have, authorization to accept RDP recycling grants and execute intergovernmental agreement between the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection and the town of Falmouth. These are some recycling grants. I think it was 35,000 or so, correct?
35,000.
I remove approval of the exception.
Patterson second.
I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, by roll call, Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye. Thanks to
Okay,
DPW for obtaining the grant.
Yes.
Vote to authorize application for 2021 Municipal Cyber Awareness Grant Program funds. It was timely. We had to kind of move on it. It then became even more timely and appropriate. Just good to have the opportunity to always, if there are funds available, use that to beef up our cybersecurity and really just make the town safer. Any questions on that?
Authorize the application.
Patterson second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye.
Thank you. Next, we have vote to authorize intergovernmental agreement and lease agreement between Plymouth County and the town of Falmouth for rental of dredge excavator, and to authorize the town manager to sign the agreements.
Is this the first year we've had to do this? I never remember this form before.
We actually did it last year, I think, with the same
We
dredge.
Did we?
The second year.
Wow.
It's a big machine. I
I saw
saw
the
it down
reference
at
to
the
that,
beach
but I have no
today.
recollection of that.
That's great. So certainly much needed.
Yes.
And we could probably have 5 dredges working all the time and it wouldn't be enough. So any questions? If not, do I have a motion?
I move to vote to authorize the intergovernmental agreement.
Patterson second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye. Great, thank you.
It's a
Vote
great
and
deal, too.
Oops, sorry.
No.
I don't mean to talk over everybody. Just jump in. I'm sorry. I'm just barreling through, but stop me if you have something you want to say.
Nothing important. I just wanted to say it was a great deal.
And the difference is this is Plymouth County, not Barnstable County's dredge, right?
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and great article if people want to take a look at it in the Cape Cod Times last week about the challenges with the dredges in Barnstable County. So really helpful.
Yep. We're getting there though.
Yep. Hi, Frank.
Hello.
Are you here for the next one?
If you need me.
Okay. Vote to execute notice of lien for demolition of unsafe structure at 630 Walkway Highway. Just for the public, this has been an ongoing issue. This was a house that was supposed to be demolished previously. There were issues with asbestos, with an oil tank that was ruptured. So there had to be some remediation done on the property to address those issues. And the structure has kind of lingered for a really long time. And so now we are at the point where we can hopefully address this and demolish this structure. Frank, anything that
demolition has taken place. This is the lien for the cost.
Excuse me. Yes. We don't
The
anticipate.
the site is now clean. It's given a clean bill of health by the DEP. So it's appropriate to do this now.
Okay. And as Frank noted, we don't necessarily anticipate that we'll be able to collect the full amount on the lien, but obviously whatever we can do to, start to make the town whole for the expenses related to this, that is what we're trying to do here.
Maybe one
I
day we'll
move
put
that
the
we
affordable
vote to
house
execute a
in.
notice of lien in the amount of $112,526.04.
Patterson, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye. Thank you, Frank. Thanks for clarifying. I forgot that it had already been knocked down. Okay. Next, we have vote to approve expenditure of $500 from the Human Services donation account for a jointly sponsored program with Gosnold. This is something that has taken place in the past and certainly an important community service educational piece.
Originally, this money. I'm sorry. Originally, this money came from Gosnold. I saw that in the packet. Is that correct?
Gosnold did indeed make a $500 donation to the town. I think it's, I don't know if it was targeted specifically to this program, but it's certainly being spent, as Megan's indicated, on a worthwhile purpose.
Yes, definitely.
And just so folks know the name of the program, and folks can go to the website for Human Services in town, or they can go to Gosnold's website, and I'm sure it's all there, but talking with your teen about marijuana use. And it is going to be, it took place, I guess you can see it again though, but it took place on February 11th. Is that right? And I think I don't know if it can be replayed.
February 10th, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Any further discussion?
Move approval of the expenditure of $500.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown.
Brown eye.
Thank you. All right, next is a bit of a housekeeping measure. Vote to adopt and execute confirmatory order for taking of William Road. We did this. The paperwork didn't get to the registry, and so we need to redo this. So it is something we have previously voted on.
I would move we adopt and execute a confirmatory order of taking of William Road.
Patterson, second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, in the future,
Yes.
can we use registered mail for these important mailings?
We're going to hand carry this one to the registry, as a matter of fact.
But I mean, as like a standard matter of course, like important things like those, the grant that we almost missed out on, and this is kind of important. So at some point, we may want to spend a little more on the postage, I think.
Absolutely.
Here, here.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Doug. I think we just have to vote. All those in favor by roll call, please. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye. Thank you. Okay, vote to authorize application to Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection for an electric vehicle charging station grant. We've got 2 stations right now, one that is available just for town vehicles. This is looking to expand to another charging station that would be open to the public. And DPW will be working along with the Energy Committee and the other entities in town to really think about the best place to position this. But this is some grant money available. Anything else, Mr.
I would
Suso?
move to authorize the application.
Anderson, second.
And this is for the fast charger, the 45-minute charge.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, please. Taylor?
Taylor, I.
Patterson?
Anderson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye?
English Braga, aye. Okay, we are just about ready to start our public hearings, and I actually had a question. Does it make sense? Do we have to have each of them consecutively, or can we read the notices since these are somewhat interconnected and the conversation may overlap?
We don't have to decide them together. We can close them and then move on to the next one, and then make our decision after we've heard all of them.
Okay, great.
Which is what I was going to suggest we do, is that I want to hear all 4 presentations before
Yes.
I make any decisions.
Perfect. I was trying to think of the way that we do that. Thank you. Okay, so let me start by reading the public hearing notice for our first hearing, which is wetland dock hearing, Nicholas J., John S., Anthony P. Penticus, James N. Penticus Trust for permission to license and maintain 2 floats comprising a total of 4 by 35 in and over waters of Eel Pond Canal located at 5 Canapitsit Drive, East Falmouth. This is continued from February 1st, 2021. And I'll read the full hearing. The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under Sections 240-77 wetland regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, February 22nd, 2021, continued from February 1, 2021 at 7:30 in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Town Hall, on the revised application of Nicholas J., John S., Anthony Penticus, James N. Penticus Trust for permission to license and maintain 2 floats comprising of a total of 4 by 35 feet in and over the waters of Eel Pond Canal. There's an existing waterways license for the bulkhead number 4471 at 5 Canapitsit Drive, East Falmouth, Mass. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the town manager, select board office at Town Hall. Publication dates in the Falmouth Enterprise, February 5th and February 12th. Welcome. Good evening.
Evening.
Okay, so we are back again, and hopefully we'll get through this evening. So let me just start by asking, do you want to just point out for the board, we have it in front of us, but the revisions, everyone's pretty familiar in general with what the issues are here, but the highlights of the revisions that you would want the board to be aware of.
Sure. Good evening. Glenn Wood from Rubin and Rubin on behalf of the applicant. I have the pleasure of leading off these 4 applications, and so I can just summarize the revisions that we have, as well as sort of maybe a little bit of the global settlement that exists as well. And possibly when I'm done, maybe Brian Wall, who's worked rather tirelessly with our office to get this to the finish line, might want to chip in as well. But the good news is that we're happy to report that we have a global settlement as it relates to all 4 properties and all 4 waterfront owners with the floats. They are individual, they are related to some extent. Our settlement is really largely with Mr. Cacciadorian and his property, because that deals with the north or the northwest corner of the canal. But basically, our client has had 2 20-foot long floats at his property for some number of years, for which he has a negative determination of applicability from the Concom and a pending Chapter 91 license in front of DEP. What we've agreed to do is take that back such that we're going to be creating a 17-foot, more or less, demilitarized zone to the corner. and we're not allowing our clients' boats to have use of that 17-foot zone. And so part of the global settlement, or at least the settlement with, in particular, Cachadorian, is that the western boat or boats that would be there would be bow in, meaning the bow would face towards the west, and it nor anything appendages off of the boat can overhang that western terminal end of the float. So it can't extend at all into the 17-foot zone, as is shown on the plan of record from Matt Costa. And so we will be taking off basically 5 feet off of our floats and leaving 1 foot off of at the eastern property line for good measure. So basically, with that agreement, the combination of it is that the Cachadorian float will be leave a 2.5 feet off the corner as well, and can't attach anything to the Pentacus bulkhead. And so we have a settlement agreement that goes into detail, which we've actually shared with the board, that shows how we're going to go along to process this. So obviously these are all tied together. The dual dock proposal that was going to go between the Bayless and Cachadorian floats would go away. And basically what this does is actually, by my count, settle 4 pending pieces of litigation in court. I won't get into the details on them, but it takes away all of the pending litigation and allows all 4 property owners to go through their respective permitting as may be required. So we're extremely excited to be able to get to this point. And we've proposed additionally through our office, working with Mr. Wall, we've drafted proposed findings and special conditions. They're proposals. Obviously, you can use them as you wish. We'd be happy to walk through them with you now, or maybe possibly after the other applications have been presented as well. But the bottom line is we're leaving a 70-foot gap that we're not going to extend into whatsoever moving forward, as built into the special permit that would be issued to our client, Pentacus. I think
Great.
that covers it for the moment.
Thank you. Any questions for Attorney
I have a
Wood?
question.
Go ahead, Doug Brown, and then Doug Jones.
So we received some emails this afternoon, and I noticed them just before the meeting, but I didn't have time to really review them. Are they pertinent to this? Do we need to review them to understand the full scope of this, or?
I think the emails that came in were related to the actual settlement and the proposed findings and special conditions.
Okay.
So all parties have agreed to these.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
the critical item.
Okay, there's no new findings or no new information in those packets that we need to really worry about.
Well, there is new information in them because the proposed findings and special conditions are, basically the paint just dried on those today, so they are brand new. So it's not information you've seen until.
But it's what you just outlined, Attorney Wood, and then we can kind of get into the nuts and bolts of it if we do that at the end of all the hearings.
Okay.
But it's essentially what we were just presented with. It's just noting it in the form for findings of fact and proposed conditions.
All right. If you've had a chance to read it and you find that that's it, that's fine.
Yep, and we'll go through it. We will go through it at the end of, I think, all of the hearings, because it'll summarize all of them. Doug Jones. Oh, we can't hear you. Doesn't look like you're muted, but we still can't hear you for some reason.
I wonder if the volume's down on your microphone.
Maybe it's the plug connection for your earpieces. You might remove it and try it.
How about now?
Yes.
You got it. You're good. Go ahead.
So how many boats will these docks provide dockage for?
At Penticus? There's not, per the settlement here, there's no specific limitation between us and the other parties. So it could be one boat, it could be two, but it is also per the proposed findings and special conditions solely limited to boats owned by the owner of the property. So
That's what I wanted to clarify.
No guest boats.
That was in the original licenses that had to, for all four of these, it could not be leased out or loaned out even to anyone with exception on a very, very temporary basis.
Right. And so part of our proposal is that would get baked into the special conditions and therefore be fully enforceable.
Right. And that's the only special condition we had not seen yet. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions on this particular request?
Thank you for making this happen.
Yes, you're here.
Yep.
It's thank you, Mr. Jones. We appreciate it. I will say it's taken a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and I can't tell you how many emails and phone calls I've had with Brian in particular. But we've worked really hard, and the clients, through some struggling issues, have worked hard to get here. So we're happy to report this global settlement.
Excellent. So
Awesome.
what I would say is, why don't we see if there's any public input, anyone who wants to speak in favor of this. And I'm going to just open up my chat so I can see.
The only recommendation I'd make is to, if it is another party in this, let's wait until all of them are presented.
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed.
So the
So
other
if
three
there's anyone
members
from
don't
the
have to speak
public-
now. You'll have a
Yes.
chance later.
Yeah. So if it's anyone from who wants to speak specifically to this, who isn't involved in the others, they can do so now in favor or in opposition. I don't see anything. If I do see something pop up, I will do so. So do we want to move to close this particular hearing and not do our findings and vote yet?
I wouldn't do anything. I would just keep this hearing open and move on to the next
and
hearing.
move on. Great. Thank you. Okay. So if you will just stand by, Attorney Wood, we'll move on and we will read the public notice for our next meeting. And this is going to be under the title Wetland Dock Hearing for Stephen Bayless for permission to maintain an existing concrete bulkhead to construct and maintain a 4 by 20 foot flow adjacent to the bulkhead in and over the waters of Eel Pond Canal located at 64 Muskeget Road, East Falmouth. And here's the full public hearing. The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under sections 240-77 of the wetland regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, February 22nd, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Town Hall, on the application of Stephen Bayless for permission to maintain an existing concrete bulkhead and to construct and maintain a 4 by 25 foot flow adjacent to the bulkhead in and over the waters of Eel Pond Canal located at 64 Muskeget Road, East Falmouth, Massachusetts. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing in the Town Manager's Select Board's office at Town Hall. This was published in the Falmouth Enterprise on February 5th and February 12th. Welcome, Attorney Wall. Nice to see you again. Oh, you're just muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you too as well, and all the other members of the board and Attorney Wood.
So I know that you, I'm sure you just heard Attorney Wood's presentation. Anything that you want to add to that? He kind of gave us the global lay of the land. Anything in particular that you want to point out that we should know about this particular applicant?
No, I did hear the presentation. Both of my clients are in agreement with it, and both of them support the approval of the proposal on the table by Mr. Penticus.
Okay, great. And just a reminder to folks, if they wish to comment, you need to use the chat function. So for folks in the public, if you want to make a comment about this or any other matter, please do so in the chat function. That's how we'll know if we either read the comment in or bring you in. Okay, any questions from the board for Attorney Wall? Okay. Thank you. If you just want to stand by, I'm just going to get to the next notice. This is for wetland dock hearing for S. Michael Cachadorian for permission to maintain an existing concrete bulkhead and to construct and maintain a 4 by 25 foot float adjacent to the bulkhead in and over the waters of Eel Pond Canal located at 50 Muskeget Road, East Falmouth. And sorry, I'm just going to get to this particular notice. Okay. Notice of hearing. The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under Section 240-77 Wetland Regulations of the zoning bylaws of the Town of Falmouth on Monday, February 22nd, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Town Hall, on the application of S. Michael Cachadorian for the permission to maintain an existing concrete bulkhead and to construct and maintain a 4 by 25-foot float adjacent to the bulkhead in and over the waters of Eel Pond Canal at 50 Muskeget Road, East Falmouth, Mass. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing in the Town Manager Select Board office at Town Hall. This was published in the Falmouth Enterprise, February 5th and February 12th, 2021. Okay, so similar situation. Any questions from the board on this particular application? Okay, seeing none, let me go to the fourth. Wetland dock hearing, Frank and Patricia Dundulis for permission to relocate the existing licensed floats. There is no construction that will take place. The floats will be detached from the bulkhead, relocated by floating them a few feet to the east and reattaching them to the bulkhead. There is an existing waterways license for the bulkhead and floats number 6715 located at 18 Tajman Drive in East Falmouth, Mass, in and over the waters of Eel Pond Canal. Excuse me, I just need to find this particular notice of hearing. The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under Section 240-77 Wetland Regulations of the zoning bylaws of the Town of Falmouth on Monday, February 22nd, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Town Hall on the application of Frank and Patricia Dundulis for permission to relocate the existing licensed floats. There's no construction that will take place. The floats will be detached from the bulkhead, relocated by floating them a few feet to the east and then reattaching them to the bulkhead. There's an existing waterways license for the bulkhead and floats number 6715 at 18 Tajman Drive, East Falmouth, in and over the waters of Eel Pond Canal. Interested parties may review the file of this hearing in the Town Manager Select Board office at Town Hall. This was published in the Falmouth Enterprise, February 5th and February 12th. Good evening, Attorney Terry.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the board. For the record, my name is Matt Terry from the firm of Ament Clower in Falmouth, and I represent the applicants in this matter. I think that attorneys Wall and Wood did a fantastic job in summarizing what brings us here this evening, and my clients are in full support of the three prior applications that were read.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Attorney Terry? Okay, seeing none, I will read the final. Oh no, that is it. That's the next one has nothing to do with the three of you. So, all right. So what I would do is are there any questions or comments? Anyone who wants to speak in opposition or in favor of any of these applications, please do so in the chat. Any final questions for any of the attorneys from the board? Okay, so what it might make sense to do is I do have the proposed findings. Why don't I, they're lengthy, I can read them, and then if the board, why don't I just read them? If you don't feel it's an accurate finding, just stop me and let me know. Otherwise, we will look at these as our findings. Does that sound good to everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Findings. The applicant, S. Michael Cachadorian, is the owner of the property with an address of 50 Muskeget Road in East Falmouth. The rear of the property borders on Eel Pond Canal, a man-made canal that was constructed circa 1971 and is approximately 68 feet wide and 300 plus feet long. In addition to Cachadorian's property, there are 10 other properties that have frontage on the canal. An existing concrete bulkhead extends along the perimeter of the canal, including along Cachadorian's canal frontage. The bulkhead on Cachadorian's canal frontage has a waterways license, Chapter 91. Cachadorian seeks permission to maintain the existing bulkhead and to construct and maintain a 4 by 5-foot float on the waters of the canal parallel to the bulkhead, as shown on a plan entitled Site Plan, Proposed Float for number 50 Muskeget Road, prepared for Michael Cachadorian in Falmouth by Falmouth Engineering Incorporated, dated July 17th, 2020, and revised November 30th, 2020. Cachadorian applied for and obtained wetlands permits for the proposed float from the Conservation Commission under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Falmouth Wetlands Protection Bylaw. Harbor Master submitted comments to the Conservation Commission in a memorandum dated July 17th, stating that the proposed float presents no concerns with navigational issues or mooring issues. The Director of Natural Resources submitted comments to the Conservation Commission confirming the proposed float presents no concerns with impacts to shellfish. Other property owners have floats in the canal similar to the float proposed by Cachadorian, and the canal is actively used for recreational boating by the other owners of the canal. The direct abutter to the south, Mr. Stephen Bayless, owner of 64 Muskeget Road, supports the proposed project. The abutters to the southeast of Mr. Bayless, Mr. and Mrs. Frank and Patricia Dundulis, owners of the property 18 Tajmu Drive with frontage on the southerly side of the canal, support the proposed project. The direct abutter to the northeast of Cachadorian, Mr. Anthony Penticus, owner of 5 Canapitsit Drive with frontage on the north of the canal, supports the proposed project. In support of Dundulis and Penticus the support of Dundulis and Penticus is significant to the Select Board's review of the proposed float. Cachadorian and Bayless previously obtained wetlands permits and a special permit for a common dock at their shared property line, which was proposed to extend perpendicularly into the canal. Dundulis and Penticus objected to the proposal and asserted that it would interfere with navigational access to their floats. Dundulis appealed to the wetlands permit, and Dundulis and Penticus appealed the special permit. At the time, the Select Board's review of this proposal for the float, the appeals remain pending. And then it's just giving us some point that this will essentially be resolved with this agreement. However,
the last 5 or 6 sentences, I don't think I would include our findings.
Because we didn't really, I don't think it's germane to what we have to.
I mean, I appreciate this point, but it's not a finding that I would have found from our hearing.
You mean in number 14?
Yeah, number 14 is kind of history.
Right.
Okay. So instead of that piece there, just have it start to read. What if it were to read, however, the parties recently reported to the Select Board they have reached agreements and will resolve their disputes as well as pending litigation will provide an arrangement that will enable all 4 parties or owners at the end of the canal to have floats and boats with workable navigational access. And then it goes on to list what we just heard.
Right. So I'd say period at the after access.
Okay. And then those bulleted findings, do those look good to folks? Does everyone have them in front of them?
Yes.
Did you say no, Doug?
I can get it.
That's okay, I can read it. Dundulis will seek permits and licenses to configure their float so that they are 17 feet away from the Bayless bulkhead. Bayless will seek permits and a license for a 4 by 25 foot float parallel to his bulkhead. Penticus will seek permits and licenses to configure his float so that they are 17 feet away from Cachadorian bulkhead. Cachadorian will seek permits and licenses for 4 by 25 foot float parallel to his bulkhead, and the parties will support each other's permits and license applications. If the parties are granted permits for floats configured as described above, then Cachadorian and Bayless will abandon their common dock permits. The parties, I don't think we need that last piece.
Nope.
Because again, it's sort of outside the scope of what we have. So 15, the Select Board finds that the proposed float project will not adversely impact shellfish and other aquatic resources of the town. And the Select Board finds that the private arrangements for configuration of the floats at the end of the canal agreed upon by, I'm just going to say the parties, protect and conserve the aquatic resources of the town by providing the owners navigational access to and from their respective canal frontage. Okay?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did I understand correctly that you're going to delete the line that says if the parties are granted permits for floats configured as described above, then Cachadorian and Bayless will abandon their common dock permits and the parties will dismiss all pending litigation? That seems important to leave in.
But it's not a finding.
Yeah, it's kind of outside
They
of...
do have that license by default that they're going to give up if this all works out. And it seems like a finding to me. Seems important.
Okay. So let me just go back to that line for 1 second.
Can we find the finding as an agreement?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
We just reword it to make it an agreement.
Okay.
All right.
Makes sense. And then we have the particular conditions. Do you want me to read it into the record? I'll summarize it into the record.
Yes, please.
Okay. The select board approves the application. And again, if someone finds a condition is inappropriate or not fully complete, let me know. Select board approves the application and grants a special permit to maintain the existing concrete bulkhead and construct and maintain the proposed 4x20 foot float subject to the following conditions. 1, Cachadorian may maintain the existing bulkhead and may construct and maintain a 4x25 foot float parallel to his bulkhead as shown on the plan entitled Site Plan, Proposed Float for number 50 Muskeget Road, prepared for Michael Cachadorian and Falmouth by Falmouth Engineering, dated July 17th, revised November 30th, 2020. Cachadorian shall maintain a distance of 2.5 feet between his float and the property line to the south, share with Bayless, and shall not install any float within this 2.5 foot area. Cachadorian shall maintain a minimum distance of 2.5 feet between his float and the bulkhead to the north, owned by Penticus, and shall not install any float within this 2.5 foot area. The select board notes that Penticus is currently seeking a special permit from the select board to maintain floats parallel to his bulkhead. The plan submitted by Penticus proposes floats that are a minimum distance of 17 feet from Cachadorian, its bulkhead, measured from the top of the bulkhead. And the select board notes that this distance was agreed upon by Cachadorian and Penticus. The area parallel to Cachadorian's bulkhead and extending 17 feet eastward into the canal may be used for berthing boats exclusively by the owner of 50 Muskeget Road, currently Cachadorian's berthing area. Can I just ask council, is this meant to say that those are boats that he owns? Oh, you're just muted, Attorney Wall.
I'm sorry, is that directed towards me or Attorney Wood or both of us?
I'm just looking for clarification because I just want to.
Sure. The agreement, the negotiations of the parties essentially came down to the idea that if they each had these areas that were set aside for them, they would then be able to use those areas as they deemed fit. So for example, Mr. Cachadorian, he might get, let's say a 22 or a 24 foot boat and put it there, or he might get 2 or 3 kayaks and a little whaler. The idea was if they each had their area and stayed within their area, it would all work out. And so that it's meant to say that.
Okay. I'm just wondering if it was supposed to, when I read it, it just says may be used for berthing boats exclusively by the owner of 50 Muskeget. I just didn't know if we were missing a word, meaning owned by. I didn't, but if it's just the idea that it's not somebody's guest that's putting it there, then that's fine.
That's exactly what it means, because we had lengthy discussions about trying to define what a guest was.
Yeah.
Or what if somebody rents their property for a month and they take their boat out, but their tenant has a boat. So what we thought was that if the areas essentially we know that they don't own the water and that the water is subject to the Commonwealth and obviously subject to this board's special permit, but kind of the area goes appurtenant with the property. And if each person stays within their designated area, there's adequate room for navigation and there's adequate room for everybody to get along.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that was something we heard a lot about. So I just wanted to make sure that was in reference and had resolved that. Okay. Let me just go back to where I was. Sorry. Okay. So number 6, Cachadorian shall berth his boat on the floats within the Cachadorian berthing area. Okay. Facing towards the Penticus bulkhead. Cachadorian shall not affix, tie, or append anything to the Penticus bulkhead. Any boat berthed in the Cachadorian berthing area shall not come into contact with the Penticus bulkhead, and no part of any boat in Cachadorian berthing area shall protrude over the Penticus bulkhead. No float, boat, or other watercraft berthed on Cachadorian's floats, or any portion or appendage thereof, props, engines, skegs, etc., or anything tied to or in such watercraft, bumpers, fishing poles, outriggers, etc., shall extend beyond 17 feet eastward of the Cachadorian bulkhead. Pursuant to a separate special permit, which is being contemporaneously issued to Penticus, the Select Board has designated the area where Penticus is being permitted to maintain floats along his bulkhead to be a minimum distance of 17 feet eastward of Cachadorian's bulkhead. The canal shall remain navigable by all. The Select Board notes that this special permit will be recorded at the Registry of Deeds and will run with the land. where this special permit refers to the current owners of the properties at the end of the canal, i.e. Cachadorian, Bayless, Penticus, and Dundulas. It is the intent that such references include the said current owners and their successors in interest. Okay. Any questions from the board? Any additions? Any subtractions? Doug?
I
Jones?
guess the only thing I do want to clarify is the point you made. That would seem to be only referring to Cachadorian. And I want to make sure the special condition says this is true for all 4 property owners, that the docks are to be only mooring boats that they own. And I want to put that as a special condition.
Attorney Wall?
Certainly, I respect Mr. Jones's point in that we're fine with that. I just wanted to bring to the board's attention that although they're not identical, the next sets of findings and conditions are almost exactly the same. The only thing that really changes is the plan references, and the identity of the parties is kind of switched around as far as who stays away from whom, but they're all intended to be fairly consistent. And that's exactly why they were submitted kind of late in the day today, because we were ironing out all those issues to make sure that they were in fact consistent.
So I guess I misunderstood. So you're saying we have 4 different sets of findings and conditions like this?
Yes, because each party requires a special permit. And so we submitted proposed conditions and findings for each person.
Okay. We're not going to waste our time doing this.
That's
I'm
why
sorry. I mean,
I thought you might save some time.
yes. But we can't do it. We can't have findings we don't read. And so I wish the lawyers had actually made a much briefer thing that we could actually do. It's really actually a little insensitive to be suggesting quite lengthy findings, and that's something for you guys to resolve. The findings for us to put in the special conditions should have been much shorter.
Well, look, this is 4 different applications. So
yeah,
but the findings are the same.
Yeah, but it goes on each deed.
Yeah, what I would say is the findings are, really the same for each, and each one just clarifies and essentially, reiterates what the last one said with just the notation for the particular properties. So I feel comfortable with, those conditions. Go ahead, Doug.
You're the lawyer. If you're okay with us agreeing these conditions and findings with the property names changed, but we don't have to read them, I'm fine with that.
I think that's appropriate. I think our findings are never this detailed because we wouldn't have all that information in front of us. These are very detailed, and I think that we can do the edits are going to be the same because it's that same concern we had about just taking out a little bit of language that wasn't before us. So if the board is comfortable, what I would do is that we just vote each one with those findings that I just read, indicating that, it's just, that particular finding outlines everything that's happening because it speaks to each one of the properties. So,
and this is submitted as a record. So, I don't know, Doug, I know there's a formality of reading these things out, but it seems to me that what's written down will
be part of the record
in terms of surviving into the future.
Yeah. But I also get Doug's point. This board does very much like, and I know that council recognizes we very much like to read through, and we do, we do that for everything. And it just obviously was not possible with the timing of it, but happy that a resolution has been reached for all 4 of these issues. So
I would move we approve the findings and the special conditions for the Penticus application as you read with the amendments to make it appropriate for that application.
Okay, I have a motion. I think we have to close the hearing.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I move we close all 4 hearings.
Okay, move to close all 4 hearings. Do I have a second?
Patterson, second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the hearing by, go ahead, Doug Brown.
We have a comment from one of the abutters that said that they will have occasional guests. Guests are allowed at the additional float across the way. Is that, what did you guys all agree to?
Where do you see that?
I'm getting a text from one of the abutters, Mr. Dundulas, that says he occasionally wants to have a guest park at his dock and just as needed.
That was cited in the proposed conditions. and findings.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear.
I thought we were saying absolutely not. That's what the lawyers told us.
Well, I think it was, like renting or leasing to somebody. But for an occasional guest, that is allowed. That was my reading.
Right. I don't think it's a financial. I think it's just as guests.
Can I just clarify with council? That's allowed, but everybody has to still comply with all of those
Space requirements.
Right. Regardless. I mean, that was, to me, I guess, the biggest issue are those everybody's sort of maintaining their particular parameters around the space that they're utilizing. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I don't want to go back through ancient history because I know you have a big agenda, but the big problem with the guests was that there was not enough space for the people on the end of the canal when Mr. Lewis and Mr. Penticus had guests. But by designating these areas, Mr. Bayless and Mr. Cacciadorian now have a space that they can kind of quote unquote call their own. And Mr. Dundulis and Mr. Penticus, to be fair, have much more float space, float lineage than my clients. And if they can fit a guest on there, that's fine. But if they can't, then they can't. As long as everyone.
That's also but it's against the original license they had. The original license said they could not have other boats there besides their own. And so I want to make sure if we're using the original license as we're using as our precedent, then we need to stick with that. That there should. And I'm okay with guests being there for a few hours, but anything more than they shouldn't be there overnight is my understanding. Is the way I see this. And that's what I thought that was the language I was talking about, that it had to be exclusively the owner of the land. And that's what you're telling, that's what we just read that Cacciadorian had to do. And I think that's fair for all four.
Okay.
I think
it seems like as long as it's not a financial arrangement or a lease, if it's just a guest coming and going and they stay for a couple of nights or a weekend or.
Well, that's what they said they were doing before, and that just wasn't true. It ended up being for 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and it was some kind of a under the table financial arrangement because they mowed their lawn or something.
Okay.
And that you either allow it or you don't. And if you're going to allow it, it's going to be abused, and it was abused before, and that's what started this whole mess.
So, if I may, again, referring to the negotiations that we had amongst council, the problem became defining it because, again, I gave the example. If one of my clients were to say rent their house for the month of July and they took their boat out, but their tenant wanted to have a boat, that's really under the auspices of the owner, and it's not really a guest. I do agree with you, Mr. Jones. The problem before was that there were boats that were related to other parties that were there for long periods of time. But the way that we've structured this, it kind of has a self-executing method that there's going to be enough room for everybody, and how each person uses the room in front of their floats is up to them. That's how we respectfully suggest it's going to work. But again, I defer you to the permit granting authority.
Okay. Any further comments on what Doug is noting?
I would just add that our intent is that I would concur with what Brian said, and that the goal or the intent is for the control to be of the floats by the owners, but having a transient guest there or something like that, I think is well within, the discussion we had, and we didn't want to get into, how many hours it could be, or is it a day or something like that. So I would concur that I think we have the language there, but if the board feels they want to refine that a little bit, I'd be fine with that. But exclusively prohibiting any transient or guest use is not what we've, thought to negotiate or propose here.
I guess what I would say is, what I heard through all of the times that we've heard about this particular, challenge has been that it really was about an encroachment issue, and, boats, whether they were owned by someone, it made it more, I guess, infuriating that it wasn't owned by an individual necessarily who lived there, but the bigger issue is that it was encroaching and sort of taking up space and not allowing others to utilize that particular part of the waterway. So I do feel like this has been something that has been well crafted and negotiated, and it does address, 4 separate requests for permits in a comprehensive way. So I'll leave it to this board as to, we first need to finish closing the hearing, because I think Doug, you had jumped in with a
Yes.
comment. So we had a motion to close by Doug, a second by Sam. All those in favor of closing the hearing? Nancy Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Okay. And then I'm happy to hear any further discussion that folks have or entertain any motion.
Well, maybe just to say that all parties have been represented by attorneys that basically say this is acceptable to them. And I don't think that wordsmithing this anymore is really going to be productive. There's not going to be an enforcement agent around there to kind of make sure everything is exactly we've worded it, or that we should try to structure it that way. I think they're still going to have to be neighbors and come to some kind of accord to stay out of each other's way and respect each other's property and access to the water.
I agree.
Any other comments? Yes, Nancy?
So the way I look at this is that they're just supposed to manage the space that they have. It's not about who can use it and who can't, as long as they don't encroach on anybody else's space. Is that correct?
I think that's a good summary if council feels otherwise, but I think it's about space and then utilizing that space within the confines.
And not about who can come and go, as long as it's in your space and it doesn't encroach in somebody else's space.
I think
Is that
that's
accurate? Okay.
I think
And it's not for fee.
what's been presented.
It can't be rented.
Right.
Right. Meaning the space itself can't be rented out
Yeah, that makes sense.
separately. Okay. As opposed to if the house is rented. Okay. So with that particular clarification from Selectman Jones, that the individual space cannot be rented out, do I have a motion from this board?
I would move approval.
Okay.
We're going findings and conditions first.
Oh, I'm
right?
sorry. We thought we did that already.
No.
Okay.
So the findings and conditions will be in accordance with what we previously went through, okay? That was presented to us.
As submitted.
And submitted, yep,
With the names changed to fit this particular hearing.
correct.
Because we heard the Cachadorian actual findings that you read, but this is just
Yes.
for this one, with everything moved to make it fit with that application. Great.
Correct.
Only the names have been changed to protect the voters.
Yes. Okay, so with those findings and those conditions, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second it then.
Okay, second. Motion and second. All those in favor by roll call. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Okay, can I have a motion to close the Bayless hearing? Oh, we closed all of
I
them
move
at
it
once?
close.
No.
You just need to vote.
All right, I need to vote to close this particular hearing. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
English Braga, aye. Okay.
I move we approve the findings and conditions for the Bayless application.
Patterson, second.
Okay, motion a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
English Braga, aye. Okay.
I move we approve the Bayless application.
Patterson, second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
English Braga, aye.
I
Okay,
move we
next.
close the Cachadorian hearing.
Thank you.
Patterson, aye.
All those in favor of closing the Cachadorian hearing. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
English Braga, aye. We already have read in the conditions actually on this one and the
I
findings.
I move we approve the conditions and findings.
Patterson, second.
Okay, all those in favor, Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye.
I move we approve the application.
Patterson, aye.
Patterson's our second. By roll call, Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye. Last one.
I move we close the Dundas hearing.
Patterson,
Taylor,
second.
second.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay,
I
by
can't
roll
see.
call, Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye.
I
We
move
have,
we have the foundings and conditions for the Dundases with the names changed to fit this application.
the motion to, go ahead. Sam, you have a
Patterson,
second?
second.
All those in favor, Taylor?
Taylor, I.
We're almost there, guys. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye.
I move we approve this application.
Patterson, second.
Okay, all those in favor, Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. We appreciate all of your work. Thanks to all the parties who ultimately have to come to the table, and we hope everyone can enjoy the waterway in 2021. So, thanks.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
For your time.
Take care.
We do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you
Nice
very
work.
much.
Thanks for sticking with it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care. I want to go back and I want to return to the pledge of collateral for the Wine and Malt Package Store, DBA, MA Friends Incorporated, DBA Jack and the Beanstalk, 800 Gifford Street Extension. Assistant Town Council Irie Mullen has indicated that everything looks like it's in order. So I would take a motion on that unless anyone has any further questions.
I would move we accept the pledge of collateral.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
Megan, English Braga, aye. Thank you, Irie, for taking a look at that at the last minute. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have another public hearing, application for a new seasonal all alcohol beverage common victor license, 71 Water Street, Incorporated, DBA The Woods Hole Wharf, 71 Water Street, Woods Hole. Application has also been made for an entertainment and Sunday entertainment license. So let me just read this hearing in to the record. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended that 71 Water Street Incorporated, DBA The Woods Hole Wharf has applied for a new seasonal all alcohol common victor license located at 71 Water Street, Woods Hole, Massachusetts. Applications have also been made for entertainment and Sunday entertainment licenses. Hearing will be held at the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall on Monday, February 22nd, 7:30 p.m. And this was published in the Falmouth Enterprise, February 12th, 2021. Good evening. Excuse me. We have our paperwork in front of us, and we have, excuse me, we have, let's see, we have the manager of record, Lillian Strout, here with us. And do we have any questions for the applicant?
Oh.
Oh, go ahead, Doug Jones.
I guess just curiosity. So does this mean that Chuckers is going to be closing and you're taking this over so that 4170 is gone and this will be the new restaurant to go to in Woods Hole?
Chuckers is not closed. We're doubling down. So in addition to Woods Hole, 4170 is gone, but the Woods Hole Wharf is hopefully coming to you.
Great.
Pretty bold move.
No time like a pandemic.
That's right.
Exactly. Just to really keep it exciting.
Yeah. Keep you on your toes.
So certainly we know we're taking a look at certainly one one of the questions we usually ask is just the experience that you bring to this undertaking. And we do have that in front of us. Any specific questions for Ms. Strout?
Are you going to actually be the on-site manager for both places?
We are in the process of hiring on-site manager for Shuckers.
Okay.
We have some candidates in the mix at the moment, but so I will be
So
mainly
you'll have to come
over
back
here.
when you're.
I'll make some guest appearances at Shuckers, but I will be mostly at the wharf.
Okay, so you'll come back to us with the new manager and.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're in the hiring process then, but we're just trying to open this before
Right.
Shuckers.
Okay.
And what is your sort of horizon, the timeline for opening up the new place?
Hopefully April is just the goal. So we have some time before Shuckers because, I'll be pretty hands-on there as well with the opening process and getting a new general manager all worked out. Yep.
Okay.
Is
Any
there a
other
particular
questions?
description?
Excuse me?
How would you describe Woods Hole Wharf?
We are going to do, traditional New England cuisine, but then we're also going to be doing pizza as well.
Hmm.
I will note that we have many letters from the neighboring businesses, even though they may be competition, that are supporting this.
Yeah.
Great. Excellent. Okay.
Pays to be a good neighbor, huh?
Yes.
If
Any
we have no
other
public comment, I'll move to close hearing.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm just going to take just let me see. I see one other message here. Okay, I don't think it's about this. So,
Patterson.
close the hearing. A second. All those in
Patterson,
favor of
second.
closing the hearing? Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye.
I move we approval.
Patterson, second.
Okay, all those in favor of approval? Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Jones,
And this is for the beverages and the entertainment licenses.
correct. And Sunday entertainment, yes, the regular and then Sunday. Jones,
Aye.
Brown,
Brown eye.
English Braga, aye. Great. Thank you both, and thanks for having everything put together so that
Thank
we
you
had it
so
all in
much.
front
Really
of us.
appreciate it.
Good job. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Okay.
Okay. Moving back to regular business, we have a discussion update on COVID-19 issues. Scott McGann. Here he is. Hi, Scott. Welcome.
Hi, I thought I was here for my doc hearing. No,
No more docs tonight.
Are you hearing me okay, everybody?
We can hear
Yes.
you. Yeah.
Okay, let's
Not with
take
jokes like that, though.
Yeah.
Well, I could do better. I don't want to waste your time though. Let's say share. Sorry.
After all you've been through, you can have a doc, no problem.
Okay.
Exactly.
You have to pay me a little more for the doc though.
Yeah.
All right. So where are we? I got some good news and I got some frustrating news. Obviously, the rollout of the vaccine has been, I guess, challenging is the most politically correct word I could use on a public meeting. It's been frustrating. We didn't get much of a heads up or any heads up on the 75s, and the governor moved the needle a bit last week and moved it to 65 with 2 comorbidities when we really hadn't scratched the surface, especially here on the Cape with the 75-year-olds. But we are at a point now where we are at 65 or any individual of the age of whatever the vaccine allows you to be in the teens with 2 comorbidities. Part of it is because they were not filling all the appointment books at the mass vaccination sites, but I think they really should have looked at the fact that it was the difficulty of the individual at that age group of above 75 to actually make it to the clinic has been more the limiting factor, in my opinion. Looking here at the total number of vaccines, this is the state, so you can get this at the same dashboard where you get the daily updates. If you guys want to know, you can get this every week. It comes out, I think, on Thursdays. Barnstable's 27,675, which is an increase of 2,800 over the week. At that current rate, it would take about a year to vaccinate everybody on the Cape. So we got to be at a better pace than that. I understand what the governor's doing in some regards. I mean, the areas we were not a high infection area in general. So why you would normally go to a high infection area, and they've identified 20 communities that are high infection. The one thing I do disagree with on the right-hand chart is our current vaccination rate, and the governor did make mention of the fact that we are on par with other communities. But I just went online and looked at this Tufts Health Plan. If you look at all the red areas, those indicated areas that are 20 to 30% over 65. If you use that idea, then really we should be closer to Berkshire County in terms of our vaccination. So the fact that we're even, but we have such a high population over 75 means that we're actually behind, in my opinion, not equal. So I think that's a misrepresentation of where we are in the Cape. We have about 4,800 people over 75 and another 6,500 people, give or take, that are over 65 to 75 for a total of somewhere around 11,000 people. And currently the county is getting 975 doses a week for the entire county at that pace. I do not want to tell you how long it's actually going to take. Things will change in the next few weeks. It's just going to take a little time. We also received a letter. In that letter, mentioning the 65 the health agents got. The state's formally going away from local board of health clinics and focusing on the mass vac sites and pharmacies. They are allowing regional collaboration, and luckily here on Cape Cod, we do have Barnstable County. We have to have the capacity to do at least 750 individuals per day, 5 days a week. Administer within the 10 days 85% of the doses and report all the doses within 24 hours. Luckily, between the local board of health and the Barnstable County, we've been meeting where we can meet this requirement without a problem. We have 5 county-based sites ready to go. Plus, we could also, as more vaccine comes in, we'd be able to do even, high school clinics and walk-in clinics. But if we have the state ever allows us to get to do that. But we do have enough to do somewhere probably around 10,000 a week at least if we ran all these clinics. The fairgrounds, for example, could easily do 700 per round. We did ask the state, because the state was really looking at it as one site. We did ask if we could have it float between the 5 sites that we have. We have them spread out throughout the Cape. The Cape is long and skinny, so we do need to have them spread out. The state did allow that. So once vaccine does make it, we can meet that 750 a day, and we are ready to go. I mean, we've only run the fairgrounds once. Wednesday is the second dose of the clinic that we had on the 3rd. For the next couple weeks after that, at least, there's no new vaccine coming in. The only vaccine coming in is for the second doses of people that have been done. I wish it was different. I can't make that happen. Nobody particularly can make that happen, at least a health agent. So that's where we're at. It's really forcing people to work going towards the mass vac sites, which is very difficult for the age groups that we're talking about, at least the 75. One thing that the Commonwealth does want us to do is develop and coordinate residential in public and private low-income and affordable senior housing, which we've done. Today we asked for, when this came out, we're going to use the VNA for that, and then anybody who wants to partner with us. So what we did is had all the senior housing contact the state to see who was eligible, because it was a financial sort of what made it available. And then anybody that wanted to partner with the town and the VNA, so such as Falmouth Housing Trust and Falmouth Housing Authority, and I think anybody who wants to, and then we'll place an order for that, because those vaccines are supposed to be above and beyond anything that's going to the county. So that order only gets placed on, will be placed tomorrow based on that number. So, we're good on that. Also, the homebound, a lot of things are happening with the homebound. Homebound is very tricky to do just because one individual nurse can really only do 6 or 7 per day, because you do have to wait with the individual. In addition to that, the vaccines that we have now are not very good travelers. Generally, you bring it to the site, frozen, slack it out, and then get it to work. You don't generally just drive around with it. It doesn't hold its bonds all that well. So that's still being worked out. As far as the state, you still have the online registration system. It is what it is. That's how the state wants you to register. It's been difficult to say the least. The system crashed on Thursday when everybody tried to jump in with the 65s. You have to be very persistent. It's like trying to be on Ticketmaster for the last 2 tickets to Taylor Swift that your 13-year-old daughter wants to go to. It's difficult to get. And as vaccines get more and more readily available, obviously that gets a lot easier to register. If you haven't looked at it, you just register basically online. You click on Find Your Appointment, and you go from there. As far as sites, also on the website, you can also find this map that shows the different stars, and the red stars would be the high throughput clinics. The closest 2 will be Dartmouth, the old Circuit City at the mall. off of Route 6. And then the other one, the main one, is Gillette, which has a great program. They could do a ton out of it. It doesn't take very long. Also, the clinics will start showing up in blue will be the pharmacies. There's only the East Falmouth CVS and the Walgreens and Mashpee that are close. Hopefully we get more of those. For as far as what a health agent can do, what the health department's doing with the county, we have our clinics at the fairgrounds. The Melody tent, we were originally going to keep it at the Melody tent, but the Four Cs was being held for a mass vaccination site. Since that's not a mass vaccination site, I could see us moving away from the Melody tent, more towards Four Cs. The Orleans DPW, and there's going to be 2 on the Outer Cape at the seashores. So that's kind of where we are with the vaccine. It's not a great place now. I hope in the next couple of weeks it gets a lot better. But it is what it is, and that's where we're at right now with that. The good news is our weekly case trend, as far as what our cases do. We've had 2 really good weeks comparative to where we were early in the year. January was not a good month for us. We're at that 190 to 100 cases, 110 cases. We're down in the 23 to 25. Today we're at 1156, which is 14. I cut this number off Thursday afternoon because I do the FCTV presentation on Friday just to give me some time. So I cut it off at roughly the same time, so it's consistent. And so we're sort of in maybe slightly higher to about the same. We did have school vacation week this past week. Hopefully we don't see much of coming from that, but we don't know. And the last slide to keep you guys on track is we did get under 2% positivity for the 2-week time frame, and under 2% is a really good number. And so we've been driving the numbers down well. And so that's the good news. We're doing well on the cases. The bad news is we need more vaccine. We are ready to go. Let me stop sharing. We're ready to vaccinate a lot of people. We just need the vaccine. So that's where we're at.
And to that point, Scott, thank you for that presentation. To that point, I just want the public to be aware that a letter was sent from a number of elected representatives across the Cape, from state reps, state senators, down to our select board, really just reiterating to the governor exactly what Scott is pointing out, that you can't just look at those raw numbers because they don't tell the whole picture. What you really have to look at what our demographic is. And that we need to have more vaccines. So I just want folks to know that while, as Scott has pointed out, we're kind of at the mercy of how these things come down from the federal government and the state, we are really advocating and across the board, I think it's a shared concern across the Cape that Scott is articulating, that, we're all feeling that the numbers just aren't there to support the need. And so we are trying to push to any extent that we can on that. And this board, we did send a letter from the town as well and joined in on that. There are quite a few signatories on that. So questions for Scott. How about Nancy and then Doug Brown?
Just quickly, Scott, do you know of any vaccination sites that are targeted towards veterans? I've been asked that question a couple of times.
The VA has scheduled some with their, so they could reach out to the VA to start.
Okay.
I can add to that if you like.
Yep, go ahead.
Any veteran over the age of 55 is eligible to receive a vaccine. They do have some veterans paperwork that they need to square away, and they need to go to Brockton is the closest place to get it. But it is readily available for any veteran over the age of 55, and we'll be posting some more information on that on our website tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great. And can we push that information out to our veterans groups and as well as to the Council on Aging, to the Senior Center, so that they just have that at hand? Thanks. Doug Brown, did you have a question for Scott?
Well, one, and also a comment that the county commissioners have are looking into a mobile unit that's a private contractor that they're trying to get for people to, for shut-ins and people that not mobile. And so hopefully that'll come pass soon. It's troubling to me that all these private companies like the mobile vaccine guy, the CVS and the Walgreens can get the vaccine, but our government can't. Why can't our town or our county go to Pfizer or Moderna and just buy the stuff?
Well, you can't do that. And also the pharmacies go through the state. The state's determining that they would rather go to pharmacies. And part of the reason is each health department's a little unique. I mean, a lot of towns have part-time health inspectors who do septic systems in a restaurant. I mean, they're not, some towns, maybe they just tried to take it away from the local. I think what they've had trouble with is because Barnstable has the only health department of any county. They've had a little bit of trouble wrapping their minds around our ability is a little bit better than a lot of areas to do this. Then a lot of, Bristol or Plymouth doesn't have that sort of luxury. And so I think they just had a little trouble thinking outside the box in terms of getting it, to giving it to the county. But the pharmacies go to the same locations. In terms of the mobile unit that you were mentioning, I would use, if this doesn't work, I have a contingency, which has always been to use the VNA and use the V in visiting and have them utilize them for home visits. But that being said, if it can be taken care of for us, that's just, that would be fine with me. I'm not looking to take all the glory, just as many people can get out there, vaccinate, the better.
Okay.
Sam.
Yeah, I want to ask a question. It's my situation, but hopefully that there are other citizens that might benefit from your answer. I managed to get my first shot through one of the pharmacies. I won't name the name, but they did not schedule me for the second shot. And I keep going back, and you're right. I mean, there's just no scheduled opportunities at all. Am I required to go to the same pharmacy to get that second shot, or can I just shop anywhere?
You're really supposed to go back to the same. That's how the system would work. It gets a little clunky if you don't. I can't speak to how the pharmacies do it because they're their own private. When you go to the pharmacy, you go on their website and you register with them. How our clinic works is you would get a private email sent to you, okay, with a private registration for the next clinic. Right. So when we did 600 on the 3rd, those 600 individuals got an email for a private registration for those 600 doses that were coming 21 days later. It's really the only way I think to do it. If you staff conceivably you could get your second dose elsewhere, but you want it to be the same brand. You don't want to go Pfizer, Moderna. I mean, so it gets a little clunky. They really should be. I mean, how they should be working, in my opinion, is if the pharmacy knows what their inventory is. If they give out 12 shots today, they should guarantee 12 shots 21 or 28 days later. All right, and how they do it is, that's the reason why it's a bit of a problem. Is I can't answer the questions when people call for the pharmacies because I don't know exactly how they're doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other, questions for Scott?
We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah, and I think the trend that you were noting, the numbers are starting to go back in a better direction. So it is definitely better than where we were in January. So hopefully we continue that along with getting those vaccination numbers up. So I hope folks continue to be vigilant. And like you said, let's keep our fingers crossed that we don't see a bump up from school vacation. I did see a lot of pictures of people out and on trips. So hopefully they were doing that in a really safe way. But thank you, Scott. We really appreciate it. And we will see you again soon.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Next, we are going to interview, vote, and appoint committee member, Council on Aging, Elizabeth Betsy Hike. So welcome, Betsy. She's coming in now. We have all of her paperwork. Obviously, Betsy is someone who has really strong ties here to Falmouth and has had her volunteer experience across really such a broad base of organizations and really has. Hi, Betsy. How are you? Just have to unmute yourself and particularly has obviously been involved in with education in Falmouth and is kind of switching gears to a different end of the spectrum a little bit in terms of some of the volunteer activities and looking to be on the Council on Aging. So any questions for Betsy? We have your paperwork, and hard to beat some of the folks that you had for pretty much, I think, anytime Brenda Swain endorses anyone. To me, my philosophy would be we don't even have a interview, we just appoint them because she just is such a great judge of character. So any questions?
We appoint Betsy Hike.
I second.
Okay, great. All those in favor? Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
English, Braga, aye. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
No, I thank you. It's a real honor to serve the town of Falmouth, and when I look at how far the Council on the Aging and the Senior Center has come since 1970. I'm just totally amazed. So thank you for all the work that you people have put in. And
thank you. It's an
happy to
exciting
join in.
time, and they'll be so happy to have you. I know that it'll be a great addition. So we really appreciate it.
Wonderful.
Thanks for your service.
Thank you,
Thanks for all
everybody.
those, thanks for all those years with the road race.
And as a
Thank
Santa's
you.
helper at the service center too.
That's right.
And then the VIPs. Well, no, mind. I just
Yeah, you stay busy.
in my deal. Yep. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Betsy.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next we have discussion on litter, Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Alan Robinson is going to be joining us for a discussion on this issue. Here he comes. I don't know if Alan's able to do it himself now, but Alan, if you can just unmute yourself and let your camera go so we can
Sorry.
see.
Yep.
Okay, we're almost there. We can hear you. And it looks like there we are. Welcome.
I'm sorry. I was clicking the wrong spot.
Nope, you're fine. Welcome. Good evening.
Great. Well, good evening to you all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Alan Robinson, and I'm chair of the Falmouth Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And I've got a PowerPoint presentation. We can put that on the screen. Great, and go to the next slide. Got a couple goals for this evening. One is to update the board and the community on the broad range of litter-related activities and initiatives that are going on in Falmouth and have been going on for some time. Second is to introduce some 2021 initiatives, including an article for the fall 2021 town meeting warrant for a comprehensive litter bylaw, adoption of and a commitment to a policy and aspirational goal and message of litter-free Falmouth, pilot and adopt a beach litter program, and begin a sustained program of systematic and creative messaging, starting with town beaches. Next slide. We hope each of these will gain the board's, the administration's, and the community's support. I want to talk a little bit about what's been going on. Litter is no one person, no one group can solve the litter problem. It really does take a broad community, and we're fortunate in that we've got a lot of groups and organizations and individuals involved. I'm going to start with Massachusetts Department of Transportation. We all drive Route 28, and we all see the litter. Well, there is a statewide Adopt a Highway program. In November, they accepted a group from Falmouth. We're calling it's a subset of Litter-Free Falmouth, and we have adopted Route 28, and we're working with the state highway on that. I'll get more on that in a moment. And then something that I guess is just in the last week, I haven't seen them myself, but I've learned that there are a whole set of no litter signs on the 4-lane highway portion of Route 28 and the ramps. Has anybody seen this?
I saw one today that I hadn't noticed before on the way into town after the highway part and that narrow section just when you get onto Palmer Ave.
Yeah.
Sign that says fine for littering $10,000.
Yeah, you like that, Doug, don't you?
Yeah.
That's even more than Ireland, right?
Yep.
That's great. We're really pleased that those have shown up, and understand that there's several of them, and they're large. Falmouth DPW, and by the way, this is just a subset of the activities and highlights that are going on. Starting last month, DPW assembled a larger team than they had before for their work on the major arteries that they are responsible for, which is for litter, which is the the 5 or 6 locations listed here. They brought in addition to the 4 staff that were available from the highway division, they were joined by 6 staff from parks. And so a 10-person team, together with a police safety escort from the Barnstable Sheriff's Office, it was like, I actually watched them working in before and after. And it was like a swarm of locusts had picked up the litter along the 151 roadside. By the end of the day, the litter was gone. It was amazing. We know it won't last, but it shows that the town administration can mobilize resources to address this problem in a better way than had been done in the past. And that's great. And that's an improvement. And another thing, and it's a small thing, but a lot of people have mentioned this, how important it is that this winter, the trash receptacles at the beaches have remained at the beaches through the off season. So people who are walking their dogs or going there for watching the sunset and having a snack or whatever, have a place to place their trash and or the litter. People who pick up litter have a place to put the litter that they pick up. And that's much appreciated by all. And that's a small thing, but it's an improvement over the past. There's lots of long-term community activities. But of course, the one that most know and I think it's been around since 1944 is the spring townwide cleanup. Next is most parentheses, most businesses, homeowners, and conservation land stewards are routinely picking up litter on their properties and their roadsides. And almost everybody is very careful about placement curbside of their trash and recyclables. That's very important because if you don't place things carefully, they may blow away, get knocked over, and create litter problems. So we're looking, and one of the reasons for a bylaw is to go from most to all. And that's another small thing, but it's unique within Falmouth in any case. And that is the operators of the Island Queen installed a litter skimmer on their dock. It only operates during their season, but it picks up floating litter that's in the vicinity of the dock, and it's kind of a neat thing, and it helps us bring attention to the importance of keeping litter out of our waterways. Town committees. I just want to talk about one small thing, but just last week, the beach committee invited members of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to meet with them to talk together about what we can do for beach trash, to eliminate beach trash and litter. And it was a very good meeting, and we finished it with some specific tangible action items that we can implement together this year. Next group is the Falmouth Litter Reduction Team, and they've spoken. I've spoken on their behalf a couple times to the board, but they're the group that were responsible for the article to town meeting. The town meeting approved to ban nips sales in Falmouth. And the second thing that they introduced to this litter problem is a systematic approach, a series of recommendations they made to the board in 2019. Litter Free Falmouth is the new, very informal group. We came together in November. We messaged through village associations and other groups. We had over 150 people sign up for our volunteer weekend, litter cleanup weekend on December 5th and 6th. And we picked up a lot of litter. And the second thing that Litter Free Falmouth has gotten started with is there are 10 of us right now, we're looking for more, who have are participating in the Adopt a Highway on Route 28. Ideally, we're working from the Bourne line to Goodwill Park on this, but that's something on the order of 6 miles, and we don't have nearly enough people for that, but we've gotten a start. And we're hoping to work with the Department of Transportation for a major effort on the medians in that really challenging section that Doug talked about, that's immediately south of the 4-lane highway, where until you get to Goodwill Park, where there's really just no shoulder and just no opportunities for volunteers to get out there without some kind of police detail. And then, of course, there's the individuals within the community and the organizations within the community that are really the foundation of litter management in Falmouth. A lot of things that are good that are happening. Yet we do still have a great deal of litter. Next slide. So the Solid Waste Advisory Committee has come up with really 4 items, specific items, that we hope that can be accomplished in 2021. The first is a comprehensive litter bylaw. There's an article on the fall 2021 town meeting warrant. We don't have, as a town, we don't have a litter bylaw. We don't even have a no littering bylaw. So we are proposing a comprehensive bylaw initiative, whether that's initiated by the Solid Waste Advisory Committee and the administration, or as an individual petitioner, has yet to be determined. But that's something that we're working on and discussing within the committee. And we're looking for input to us on that. The second is for the town to commit to a collective long-term goal, a litter-free Falmouth, literally litter-free Falmouth. We're not certain yet if that should be something that the select board could make as a policy, or maybe it needs to be an article that goes to town meeting. But it's something that we want to get on the books and working with in 2021. The third, and this came up in our discussions last week with the beach committee, is an initiation of an Adopt a Beach litter program similar to the Adopt a Highway program. The participants would be litter-free Falmouth volunteers. We'd probably start with a pilot of 1 or 2 beaches and maybe build out from there. And with guidance from the beach department and committee, and try to get that going by late spring 2021. And the fourth, again, a townwide thing, is to start systematic messaging with regard to litter. And again, I think starting our focus on the beaches. I think if we start with the beaches, both with this Adopt a Beach and with messaging, we'll reach a great number of people, and then hopefully that will build beyond the beaches. And then just finally, that we continue to build this, sort of this network of interconnected groups that really are basically all of us working together to achieve a common goal. And you can take the slides down.
Great, thank you.
Actually, there is one more. In fact, if I'll ask any questions, then there's gonna be one more slide after that.
Great. Any questions for Alan? Yep, Doug Brown, go ahead.
I have more of a comment. I think one thing that is a problem in town that's inadvertent littering is by people putting their little plastic water bottles in their recycling bins and putting them out on a windy day. And those little buckets, those little blue bins that we have, are very susceptible to wind. So I look forward to the day when we renew our trash contract. And as I drive through Plymouth, I see that they have all these big, beautiful recycling bins with the wheels, nice heavy, and the machines pick them up and dump them.
Yep.
We really need to get to that.
That's another element of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee's agenda. We've already had an initial discussion with Peter McConaty with regard to the upcoming contracts, the current contracts for collection as well as disposal come due, I guess, May 31st and May 31st, 2022. And as the run up to that, certainly the Department of Public Works and our committee working with them, and really the community working with them, will consider those kinds of trash barrels and recycling barrels.
And another thing is, I noticed on trash day, I know everybody's busy and it's hard to work in a rainy day, but on stormy days, when the guys are dumping the trash, there's a trail of litter behind the trash trucks. So each day in the neighborhood, when you have trash day, if we could have some kind of vigilance and the neighbors just go out and pay attention, because there's a lot of trash that gets spilled on trash day, and it's just a chronic problem.
Is it, Doug, do you get a feeling that it's a problem with the way the trash has been and recyclables have been put out, or is it that's the Republic staff person is not doing his job properly?
I think that I've seen young people in my own household who are not vigilant about putting the trash in a bag. They just throw loose trash in there, and it might get kind of stuck to the barrel. And if people, the guys try to dump it and not all of it comes out, and then when they put the barrel back, some of it comes out. I mean, they can't just walk around picking up pieces every day. If people would bag their trash before they put it in the barrel, it would make a big difference.
Yeah. And just to add into that, we had talked about, and we'll come back to it, but, on the issue of the recyclables, we had talked about a clearer recycling bylaw. Some work had been done on that a while ago with Peter Johnson-Staub and town staff, DPW, Linda Davis, and the rest of the Solid Waste Advisory had been kind of part of that. And then, the world just kind of went sideways. So that is something that we can return to. And, Alan and I spoke the other day in advance of this meeting, and it was one of the things that, we do need to kind of revisit and take a look at.
Can I ask a question?
Actually, add one thing to what Doug said first, Sam. Doug, I agree with you about people should be putting their trash into proper bags. But with recyclables, I just want to remind everybody not to put your recyclables in a plastic bag.
Yeah.
Plastic bags go up the works.
Paper bags are okay.
Bags or plastic wrap in your recyclables. Take them to the supermarket.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So my question has to do with recycling, and that's how good is our compliance with what's required so that we don't have a lot of waste in our recycling?
I actually was speaking with Phil Goddard, who runs the Bourne Waste Management Facility. I was speaking with him this week. And he says we still have a problem with recyclables in our trash. He says our recyclables are pretty good. And we did that survey a year ago. Mm-hmm. The Solid Waste Advisory Committee did a survey a year ago, and we found that about 67% of the town was doing it perfectly. And most of the others were, not far off. But Phil Goddard said that there's too many recyclables with trash. And it's something that's more challenging to work on, but it's something we will. And you'll note that we're very close. The town is finally very close to a recycling and trash coordinator hire, part-time position in the Department of Public Works for the first time. And that's one of the things that employee will be able to focus his or her time on and work with that. But we're just actually invited by Phil to come up to the waste management facility together once this new employee starts, and the SWAT members and hopefully Peter McConerty, and Phil will show us our trash being dumped and allow us to see how well we actually are doing. We'll take some photographs and send them.
Take some video or photographs. Yeah. So any other questions or comments for Alan? If not, I'll have him show his last slide because I just want to be aware of our time.
One last quick one.
Yep.
Some people are just not into recycling. They think it's their right to either choose to be a recycling person or not. And so some people just say, I don't bother. I'm not going to do it. So that's where the pay as you throw might come in. I hate to go to that, but everybody is motivated by money. And if there's not a financial incentive, a lot of people aren't going to bother.
Well, here's something that they should also remember. If our loads are rejected because people are not complying, that is ultimately a problem. And there are numbers attached to that for this town. So people should understand that the way that our contract is written, if you are, as Alan is saying, not putting your recyclables and it's going in your regular trash, that can get rejected and that can be a problem. And it does ultimately cost us money. So, it's something that people should be aware of.
And the town has had loads rejected in the past.
Yes.
Maybe the waste hauling company should start to reject the trash barrels then, or if they're obviously full of recyclables, maybe they put a sticker on there and say, too much recycling in this load.
And that
Right.
too is one of the things that we've been talking with Public Works with, and again, we're looking forward to the coordinator position to work on that.
Thank you, Alan. Can we, IT, could we put up Alan's last slide? Alan, does this speak to the bottle?
This
Yeah.
this didn't speak to the bottle issue. I mean, with regard to the the bottle issue, yes. Another item that the Solid Waste Advisory Committee discussed at our February meeting was the issue of the need to message about the upcoming single-use water bottle sales ban. You all know, but I suspect a large number of people who are residents, as well as, of course, visitors and part-time residents, are not aware that in the spring 2020 town meeting in September approved a petitioner's article for a bylaw to ban the commercial sales in Falmouth of single-use plastic water bottles in sizes smaller than 1 gallon. That in the bylaw will go into effect on September 1st. A lot of people are, when we did that, the residential roadside recycling survey, there's a lot of people in our town who use small single-use water bottles. And of course, we see it at the supermarket. We, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, strongly recommend that the town assemble a working group charged with developing and implementing a systematic program to effectively message to all about the upcoming ban and the quality of town tap water. And we think it's very important that that the town take a very proactive approach to getting these messages out.
Thank you, Alan. So
We already assembled a group. It's you.
Well, and Alan and I talked about it, and certainly Solid Waste stands ready to assist, but it's a big messaging program. So I think, Alan, as you and I talked about, tonight's we put it out there, and then this board can look at it, and we can work with staff to think about really the logistics of it. But I think Doug Brown is right. Solid Waste has an important role to play in that. So Solid Waste Advisory Committee. So we thank you.
We will, and we look forward to it. But we strongly feel it really is a team effort, and it does take certainly the town administration and you all, and the village associations and
Chamber of Commerce and
everybody.
Okay, we'll help.
Alan, Alan, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. A lot of stuff covered, and we will certainly be having you guys back again to follow up on some of those issues.
We will continue to follow up on all of these with you.
Great. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, and thanks to the committee for all your hard work. Thank you. Next, we have acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, presentation and vote on application from Falmouth Housing Trust for $260,000 to construct 4 affordable single-family houses on Lewis Neck Road. So welcome. I see Karen Bissonette coming on. Hi, Karen. How are you?
There I go. Hi, I'm here. Thank you.
Excellent. Do you want to just put your screen down a tiny bit? We can just see the top part of your.
Oh, sure. You don't want to see my ocean. There's my ocean. Yeah.
Perfect. Welcome. We have quite a bit of paperwork in front of us. Do you have a specific presentation to walk us through?
I do not. I am just here to say that, we went to the CPC after being approved by the Affordable Housing Fund for $65,000 times 4 homes. And the CPC unanimously approved it. And so the next step, according to your guidelines, is for you to vote on the CPC's recommendation.
Great. And we do have we do have a very complete record, including communications back and forth with council. This has been, a long and some planning board notes, et cetera. So what I'll do is I'll start by asking any Any questions from the board? Do so if you wanted to make a comment, if you so choose, and then we'll kind of get back into the swing of things. Go ahead, Doug Brown.
So I'm concerned about the process. So we started out with an unbuildable lot, and then we got a covenant to approve a single house on a lot. And then with well, that was the original covenant with the little road, right?
No, that's not what it said, Doug. Actually, what it said, the planning board only has the authority to give an access determination for one home, okay? And then it is not up to them to decide how many houses are on that lot. So the covenant was for us to brush back to 18 feet wide and 13 feet high, because Mel Trott asked us, the fire department asked us to do that, and to fill the 2 potholes in front of our property. And that was done. So there was no determination as to how many houses were on there. It's just that they only have the authority to give access for one house, and then the zoning board would.
Under that type of application, right?
That's correct.
And then the lots were divided as an A&R, right?
The lot was divided way back in 2009 or 11, yeah, from the people who we purchased it from.
But that was like an approval not required process, right?
That's correct.
And so really right now we've got abutters that are apparently becoming aware of it, but not really formally noticed. And we're contemplating funding the project, whereas we haven't even really had a public discussion of what, to me, I know it's only 4 houses, but it looks like a subdivision. And I feel like the process should be that it goes before the ZBA first. I don't know why we're funding this, because we're kind of operating in silos. We get this little approval here, and then we get the money over here. Now, by the time you get to the ZBA, you've got this big snowball of support that I don't know if that influences their ability to make a clear decision with regard to the proximity to neighbors. We've got a comment from a neighbor today that the one house is going to be 10 yards from their front door on a property that was, when they bought their house, it was an unbuildable lot. And so we haven't had that kind of public input yet. And I feel like this board supporting a financial award to this project without the public process, to me, it doesn't seem right.
Well, it is not, we haven't done anything that's improper or illegal. So, so the abutter on the other side is building, Mr. Fender is building a house there, is in the process of building on the other side.
I didn't see any comment from Mr. Fender, but this was from somebody on Harborview.
Harborview?
That's offshore.
I'm just taking a look, because we actually had a couple comments, but what that folks who kind of wanted their concerns raised. So let me just do this. Let me ask either Julian or Peter, can you, because this doesn't happen all the time, can you just speak to process and what Doug is raising, the question about, it coming to us before going to ZBA? Can you just speak a little bit about that, either Julian or Peter?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Just a couple introductory comments. I welcome Peter as well. We've both been heavily involved in this, as well as our housing coordinator. But I also want to ask if legal counsel, Frank Duffy and/or Irene, can join us, because we've had considerable input, legal opinion from town counsel's office on this that I think is important to allow to be aired as well. And you also have received a fair amount of correspondence on this, including a letter that I drafted last month, transmitted to the board with a recommendation. So the process goes back at least a couple of years, and it's been lengthy. It's involved the planning board and others. I don't know if, Peter, if you want to give a thumbnail or have town council come in at this point.
Sure, I can start off, and then perhaps Frank or Irene can jump in. So very briefly, the parcel started with a note on the plan that said that the lot was not buildable, and there was a rather lengthy process that did result in that note being lifted, which made the parcel buildable. And Karen has accurately described that the planning board's role there was to simply make a determination as to whether the lot would be buildable within the residential zoning. There was and that's where the issue got a little bit confusing, because the planning board was under the impression that it was exclusively for one house. But legally, I think the Falmouth Housing Trust was within their rights to not address plans for a 40B on the parcel. And it later became known to the planning board that it was in fact 4 units that Falmouth Housing Trust was interested in. So another sort of confusing element of this is, normally we have, is it legally buildable or not as part of a threshold due diligence review that we do for applications for funding to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. And once it meets that simple threshold, it goes on for consideration. And this parcel presented some confusing elements in that regard, which with respect to the covenant and what it does or does not mean in terms of the ability to bring forward a 40B comprehensive permit for 4 units. And I'll let Frank or Irie speak to that in greater detail. But I do want to just, I guess, close my overview with, there are certain issues that, of course, are addressed by the Zoning Board of Appeals under the comprehensive permit process. And that is the case whether the town provides funding or not. In the case of the town through the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund providing funding, obviously that's discretionary on the part of the select board. The select board does not have to provide funding for any project it doesn't love. So the select board, it's within the select board's purview to consider whatever it wishes when it determines whether to award funding. And that's sort of the issues here. It's a dead end road with, with some, which is narrow and it's difficult to maintain. And so the town manager has a recommendation that that the road be paved and widened as a condition of approval. That's a very brief overview of a very complicated set of issues.
Perfect. Thank you, Peter. Frank or Irie, anything additional to add that the board should have in front of it tonight? Go ahead, Frank.
I think that should understand that Doug's comment about the fact that no public hearing is in a sense correct, but everything that the planning board has done, they have complied with the law. Nothing that they have done requires a public hearing per se, but everything has taken place at an open meeting. They've been televised. They've been discussed in public. There'll be another opportunity before the Board of Appeals, and the Board of Appeals will go into a lot more detail than the planning board will go into. So I think that's the situation where you will get the public hearing component that Doug has been referring to. But up to this point, none has been required, although I will point out that everything has been done at a public meeting.
Right. Thank you, Frank. Doug Jones?
And can I clarify on the CPC funds? That I think the CPC voted to move this money to the Housing Trust, but that's up to us to award it, not up to the CPC for this project. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So the unanimous vote was just to transfer an additional funds to the Housing Fund for us to do what we want with.
That's correct.
I can tell you that the CPC recommended that 65,000 per unit be awarded, so 4 units. And so there was a recommendation formally of the Community Preservation Committee for this project.
Okay. Peter?
Yeah, the thrust of what Doug Jones has said is correct, but mechanically the funds are already in the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, but the statute which created the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund requires a Community Preservation Committee recommendation prior to award.
And I see Attorney Moynihan has joined us. Good evening. Didn't know if there's anything you wanted to weigh in on now, or if you're just here to answer questions, if there are any additional questions. And you're muted.
Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening.
Just quickly, I wasn't planning on being on tonight, so I'm jumping in here. But you know, the grant award obviously is subject always to the applicant securing permits. And just in response to Doug's comment, that's really where the whole public hearing process takes place, and the project is vetted, and the abutters are given the opportunity to voice their opinions, and site plans can even change during that process. So, you know, in my submission, the grant process is not really the process for that forum. But having said that, obviously it is a discretionary decision on the part of the selectmen. Certainly knowing that the select board supports the grant request is an important factor to any affordable housing project in the preliminary stages, because it's part of the budgetary process. If you don't have some sense of confidence that you have the support for the grant if the project receives its permits, then that, you know, can be a difficult thing in terms of proceeding down the road with planning and development of these projects. So it is really important to the Housing Trust to know that the select board would support the grant, obviously subject to the permits being granted on conditions that are going to be vetted in the public forum, with the abutters having plenty of opportunity to comment, as well as the select board having opportunity to comment. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Doug Brown, go ahead.
So when we have the 10% affordable housing in place, if whatever happens, who knows if it will, and we have the discretion to say yes or no to a 40B, I question if would this be one that we might say maybe it's not exactly right because it seems so kind of squeezed in.
Doug, can I comment on that, please?
Yes, please.
First of all, density-wise, it's much, much less dense than most projects in town, okay? So it's 4 houses on 1.16 acres. So it's not dense. Most of us grew up in houses that had 1/4 of an acre or 1/3 of an acre.
And I'm one of them.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the buffer to the back and the big change to the neighborhood, and I'm wondering if the town should be sponsoring that. It's just my question.
Well, you made a comment, which I was very happy to hear at the beginning of this meeting. And you said how expensive it was to live here in this community.
It's true.
Right? So now that I've turned 60, I can say this. We have so many older people in this community, and we need younger people. And the only way we're going to get younger people in this community is to provide affordable housing for them. So we know it's very expensive to live here. And if most of us had to buy our homes now, we probably couldn't afford to do it. So, you know, I would just say that if we want affordable housing, you know, we may have to look at things a little bit differently. We may have to think outside the box, because it's not going to happen if we don't do that. You know, so I don't think that 4 houses on 1.16 acres is a very dense development.
I just look at the buffer to the back and I just feel like it's so
It'll all
tight.
be within the regulations.
I'm sure it'll be legal.
Yeah. And just to be clear, Doug, you know, is raising the concerns that we've heard from abutters that have sent some correspondence to us raising those exact concerns. Sam and then Laura.
Yeah, I sit on this Falmouth Affordable Housing Working Group, and we've vetted this ahead of time. And clearly the 40B relaxation of our zoning requirements applies here. So we can't change that. But I think that the ZBA process, if you will, allows concerns to be raised and at least some kind of guidelines provided to the developers, in this case, the Falmouth Housing Trust. I do want to say that this is not a brand new subdivision, that there are older homes along there, and the lot sizes are not significantly larger than those that are going to be on this. And I'd like to think of it as a small cul-de-sac, if you will, in the midst of this community, because that's essentially what it's going to be, a cul-de-sac of 4 homes surrounded by, mostly older homes, not entirely. There's a new home that's about to be built apparently. But when I looked at it, I did not feel like this was going to change, the ambiance of this community, especially since it is kind of a pocket community that's not even visible from major roads that go through. I can't imagine that it's going to change property values significantly. And I suspect that everybody's property, like all the rest of us, is going to continue to climb as the demand keeps increasing beyond the supply that's available.
Thank you, Sam. I'm just going to read a couple of comments that people have put in the chat. So from Kathleen, and I think it says Bernard McDade, and excuse me if that's not right. I can't see the whole name, but it says, does the acreage include our right of way on the 51 Lewis Neck property? Please review the covenant. It was for 1 house. And then Frank, and I don't know Frank's last name, but he writes, this is not the place for 4 houses. Take a look at the road. I live on the road and I'm opposed to 4 houses. Excuse me, it is a dead end road. So could someone just return briefly and just speak to that issue? We've covered it, of the covenant. And then if anyone knows, and I don't know if you do, about the right of way at 51 Lewis Neck property. Does anyone, Laura, can you speak to that?
The right of way at 51 Lewis Neck. I'm not exactly sure what they're referring to. I mean, Lewis Neck Road is a private road. The lots on the road have rights of way over it. So I don't
know. Maybe they can elaborate.
I'm not sure what that references to. But as far as, the covenant goes, as we said in writing, and not to spend too much time on it, the plan that was approved years ago did not say that the lot was not buildable. So that's important. There wasn't a representation to members of the public that this land could never be built upon. The plan said that it wouldn't be buildable until the planning board made a determination as to appropriate access. So that's the way these plans used to get approved. So when the Housing Trust went to buy this lot, it paid $60,000, I think, for it. It wasn't able to go into buying the property for $60,000 without knowing that it could at least get 1 building permit on the lot. So that was the reason why we went through the process with the planning board to secure the access determination for 1 house under the zoning bylaw. There was never any intention to limit it to 1 house. The planning board, for whatever reason, felt that that's what they were doing. But we certainly, on the Housing Trust side, did not feel that way. We've consulted with attorney Peter Freeman, who's a very well-respected 40B housing attorney. I supplied his opinion to you. He disagrees that the covenant limits development to 1 house and feels that the zoning board can easily modify and address that covenant as part of the 40B process. So the Housing Trust would like to move forward with a project for the site. The density at 4 units per acre is in keeping with the affordable housing guidelines that we have, and is in fact less dense than other developments that exist in the town and have been approved recently. Some of the developments we're seeing now are 6 units per acre, 8 units per acre, or more. So this is a low density for affordable housing development. As far as the road paving goes, that may well happen by the time we even get to the Zoning Board of Appeals. But the Housing Trust doesn't have control over that. That's another developer that's doing that. The Housing Trust is willing to contribute to the cost of that. It intends to cooperate with that because it would like to see that done as well. That's a good thing if that road can get paved. But we don't have control over that. as far as conditioning goes. So as part of this process, I think the danger that we're getting into here is that as part of the grant application process, this is kind of getting opened up now into a public hearing on the merits of the project, which is, I'm not sure that that's really a good idea. That's really for the zoning board, as Mr. Duffy has said, to vet that completely and allow the public to come and voice their concerns and allow plans to be massaged and changed and buffers increased to address those concerns, which we very much intend to work with those people on that. But I don't think this is the forum. If you start getting into these kinds of things in grant requests, you're going to be opening up a big Pandora's box on having public comment and having to decide if it's a project that has the right density or the right setbacks. I think that it's a matter of if you feel that it's a project that's worthy of funding, then it's funded subject to permits being granted by the permit granting authority that's charged with that role.
I think, and I appreciate that comment. I think the only pushback would be that the board's role is always going to be to respond to public concerns, because that's why folks elect us. So, anytime if we're thinking about, is this a project that's worthy, even though the details are going to be down the line, I think you're correct. We're not going to be talking about, the number of feet for a buffer or the nature of the buffer, but the public is by their nature going to weigh in. And I think it is incumbent upon us to be responsive, or at least try and, address some of those, raise some of those concerns. Julian.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a recommendation that we can put on the screen to bring to the board for your consideration this evening. But in doing so, I just wanted to underscore our understanding and working with town council that the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund is not an entitlement. It is an amount of funding that this select board makes the ultimate determination on any conditions you care to place on the award. And if you do care to do so, that's within your purview. Town council has so affirmed, and actually that is part of the recommendation which we're bringing forward at this point for your consideration. Obviously, the board can take that under advisement, can proceed in that regard with that condition or another, or can move in a totally different direction. But this is the suggestion that's brought forward to the board. You've seen this essentially in my letter of last month, which went to the board recommending an award in that same total amount that the CPC has also concurred in. But it does have a suggested condition.
Okay, thank you. And I am just going to read, we do have, and if we were in a meeting, these folks would be standing at the podium to make a comment. So I think that Frank is Frank Zuccarello, who lives on the road, and he just indicated, I invite you all to drive down and look at the condition of the road. It would be so crowded and not safe. One house maybe. I'm all for affordable housing, not four in this lot. Your vote is discretionary. Please consider our concerns. We all on the road oppose. And then I think that Kathleen and Bernard McDade had indicated they're the ones who asked about the right of way. And I guess
it's an easement, Megan. It's an easement that was
Yeah.
done when the lot was split prior to the neighbors buying that house. It's a 20-foot easement in front of that property for utilities.
Okay. So I'm assuming that wouldn't be affected by this particular project. Okay. I don't think I have any other, I think that's it for public comments. We did receive some letters, but we've already referenced those. Okay. So any questions or comments from the board? I can't see all of you because we're in this mode. So if you do just want to say something, please just go right ahead.
Okay, I just feel like, we should lead by example, and we should have a process that's open and clear. And I feel like really the ZBA should take this up before we look at it, because as Attorney Moynihan said, we're not going to get into the details of the project right now, and it hasn't really been vetted. And for us to endorse it, I mean, this board has already made a commitment that $65,000 per house is our amount that we fund. And I don't think we've ever turned a project down. And I'm not really suggesting that this be turned down, but I'm just saying that I'm troubled with the process. And I feel like maybe if it's headed to the ZBA, I feel like it should go there first. I don't see the harm in that.
Okay, Attorney Moynihan, any further comment to that piece?
Well, just that, you know, that any grant vote would, as I said, have to be subject to permits being granted. You know, certainly the select board could also bring it back to review after the permits have been granted. But as I said, that doesn't really help with the promotion of affordable housing, because the budgetary issues for any project, knowing that you have the support of the grants and moving forward is really important. I mean, these projects are expensive. There's a lot of money that goes out to engineers and other professionals to bring the project to the point where you can even get a comprehensive permit. So it is a little bit of a juxtaposition there in terms of, you know, if you wait to apply for the grant, then you don't know if you're going to get it at the end of the day, and you're spending all the money to get the permits. So I understand, you know, your position, but I think that if the select board is inclined to award the grant, they could condition it on the permits being granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals and provide comments that you may have on the project to the Zoning Board of Appeals by separate letter. You know, you can do that too. So my concern is, you know, if this process in terms of the affordable housing statute allows for a project to be vetted and having public comment, the next thing you know, you're going to be having full presentations before the select board when you're dealing with grant requests. So I think if you look at the jurisdiction under the statute, the grants are awarded for the promotion of affordable housing. That's really what you're doing, is you're awarding the grant to promote affordable housing. You're not looking at permit conditions and the ins and outs of the project, because there's another board that's doing that. So
I would also like to, I'm all set with supporting this, because I trust the Falmouth Housing Trust is going to want to make sure this project fits in the neighborhood. This is not an unfriendly 40B that's being shoehorned into a place that it doesn't fit. They're going to make sure that the neighborhood wants these buildings and these houses there. Not the way we had the problem on Lantern Lane, where there was the people doing it didn't care. We know the Falmouth Housing Trust cares about what's happening in the community. So I have no problem awarding it now and having it go to the ZBA and have them deal with it.
Megan, could I say something?
Yep, go ahead. And then Doug Brown, I saw you hand up. Yep.
Truthfully, it's the Board of Selectmen's process. It is the Board of Selectmen's guidelines that they have approved. So it's just following the process of the guidelines for the Affordable Housing Fund.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think that Doug is saying, I don't think Doug Brown is saying that you guys didn't follow the process. I think he's just raising, you know, some concerns about process, but I don't think he's indicating that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, but I don't think he's saying that, you know, Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund in any way, trust in any way, did something that they shouldn't have done, or tried to push this through in any way.
Well, what I'm saying is I want to prevent us from getting creating the illusion of that we're becoming that way. I wanted to, this is a kind of a collaboration between the town and the housing trust, and I want it to be a good one. I don't want it to be, you know, that we're in this, like, trying to take away these people's property rights or something in a subversive way. I feel like the planning board feels that they were kind of maybe misled, and I'm not saying that you intentionally did that. You just followed the process of your legal right to develop a piece of land.
Doug, truth be told, 2 years ago, April 3rd, 2019, the town planner got a copy of our plan for 4 houses.
Right,
So-
but that's not the board.
No, but no, it's not the board, but if the town planner gets it, I would think that, he would share it.
You
So-
would think, but
You would think.
not always.
So all I'm saying is that we've never said we weren't going to build more than one house.
Okay,
It would be foolish for us to build one house, one affordable house on a 1-acre lot when we have such a crisis in this community.
I'm not questioning your motives or your process of your personal activities. All I'm saying is it's coming to us now with a kind of a negative referral from the planning board. And I feel like us endorsing this by awarding the money kind of puts pressure on the ZBA, because it's another tool in your chest when you go to the ZBA and say, look, the select board has endorsed this. You guys should, let us do it. And I just don't feel it's appropriate. I'm sorry, but that's just my feeling. Maybe others don't feel that way. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're talking about, Doug, but I guess I would say my frustration when we talk about affordable housing is that it's really like never the right place. It's always, we always hear everyone says the same thing, which is I support affordable housing, but I don't support it here. And there has to be a here at some point, or else we're just never going to get over the hump. And I'm not saying that this particular project, zoning might say, listen, it's got to be reconfigured, or the way it's being brought to us isn't, but that will sort of be their purview. And I do understand what you're saying about, puts a cart before the horse a bit, but I think that that's sort of the point in what this statute is really asking us to do, is to promote affordable housing to the extent that this board does. And then we pass it on to the next board that really looks in detail at that proposal and has those public hearings. And we know how all of that goes. There have been other projects, Locust Field, and we had a few people who came initially and we heard some of that debate, and then it became obviously played out to a much larger extent in front of the ZBA. So, I think that the recommendation that Julian has put forward, sort of addresses some of the initial concerns, and then hands it off to ZBA for their deep dive on it. But Laura, yep.
If I may just add to that, and I thank you for that comment, because that's really what I've been trying to convey here, is that if you look at the wording of the Affordable Housing Fund statute, it talks about awarding the grants for I think it says promotion and enhancement of affordable housing. So if every time a project comes to you, if you start getting involved in the merits and the nitty-gritty of the project, you're going to have a real problem, because you're going to have these conflicting viewpoints. You're going to have abutters, you're going to have the public, you're going to have the applicant. And I don't think that's your role in the grant process. I think at the very least, possibly you're looking at, does the density seem appropriate? Does the neighborhood seem appropriate? You're really looking at things that Mass Housing looks at on its site approval application, to support your vote of a grant. But I think that there's a fine line there in terms of getting involved in all the details of the project, like the zoning board gets involved in, because then you're having a separate public hearing process. Where does that stop? This isn't a lip request. This is not a lip application where you, in voting this grant, are, quote, endorsing the project. You're not endorsing the project. You're saying that we're going to allocate $65,000 per house from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as a grant, subject to the applicant securing the permits and approvals for the project, as deemed appropriate by the zoning board, who has that jurisdiction. That's all you're saying. You're not endorsing the details of the project.
Let me just go with, go ahead, Doug.
Just a quick
Brown,
one. Now that you've said that, why
Peter.
isn't it a lip application?
Well, frankly, because we don't have LIP guidelines. I mean, our LIP guidelines are outdated. We've been asking for LIP guidelines for 3 years now. They haven't been redrafted. It's very difficult to come forward with a LIP project when we don't know what the town is going to want. So the developers now, including the nonprofits, are going to mass housing because they can secure their site approvals there. They know what mass housing will be looking for. And then they have jurisdiction to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. We need those
All right.
LIP guidelines redone. And it's really important, as an aside, for these smaller projects to be doing them as LIP projects. But it just isn't practical for a developer, whether it's a nonprofit or a for-profit developer, to be spending thousands and thousands of dollars designing a project and then coming forward and being told, well, that's not what we want. Our guidelines are changing, but we haven't quite drafted them yet, etc. So that's an issue, and it's been outstanding for a while. So love to see those guidelines redone.
Okay, thank you.
Peter?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment on some of the points that Attorney Moynihan raises, and I agree that there is a real slippery slope in terms of the select board getting into a lot of the site planning details of projects that in this phase of the process where they're applying for a grant. However, I do differ in that this is, nowhere in the town's special act creating this housing fund does it say that anyone who applies is entitled to funding. So it is absolutely an endorsement of the project if the select board is going to choose to give its precious tax dollars to a specific project. And presumably the board is doing so because it feels that it's a project that benefits the community. And unfortunately, I don't think there's no easy way, there's no sort of easy, clean, correct way to proceed. It's messy because you're an elected board. You need to be responsible and accountable for awarding funds to a housing project, but you don't have to necessarily decide all of the details of every housing project that comes before you. So there's some balance there, and that sort of speaks to the challenge of why we have had difficulty coming to a conclusion on what the LIP process could look like, because it raises some of these same issues. We don't want to have a process that's overly lengthy and cumbersome, but at the same time, the select board can't be rubber stamping a project as a LIP because it's an endorsement. So if you endorse it, then you have to know enough about it to be supportive of it.
Right.
So that's our challenge.
And I had written in the comments, and I see you, Sam, to Frank, I believe Zuccarello, he had just asked if anyone had seen the law, and I believe most of this board has seen this law, knows where this is. So I just wanted to verbalize what I had written in the chat just for the public record. Sam?
Yeah, for me, the concern is just the access to these homes. They're supposed to be for people who are not as well off. And I would hate to see 4 houses get built in here and then have the roads torn up in the wintertime because of the snow and ice and freezing and everything else, and poor drainage and what have you. So they're dealing with some pretty deep potholes and not really in a good position to afford it. So I would like to see a commitment from the Falmouth Housing Trust in conjunction with that abutting property that's building a new house that says, we're willing to pay $10,000 as a contribution toward putting that road in. There's got to be some kind of negotiation. And I think if it goes before the Zoning Board of Appeals, there's some assurance that there is an understanding, and Falmouth Housing Trust knows how much is it going to cost in terms of a contribution to provide the proper access in there for homeowners that are going to not be in a very good position to be able to contribute to such a project.
Yeah, we've already done that with Mr. Fender. We've already had that discussion with Mr. Fender, and he's already started doing that road.
So are you going to pay a fifth of the cost of the road? because you'll be one of 5 houses that benefit from it?
He asked us for $5,000 and that's what we're giving him.
Okay, well, that's good.
Peter?
Yeah, Karen may have information that we don't have, so I just wanted to follow up on Karen, your comment that that Mr. Fender is already proceeding with the road. The information we have from the town planner today indicates that there may be a challenge for Mr. Fender to proceed with that project because of property lines and encroachment on Carroll Ave and those lot lines, and some apparently the road layout may not be where it's supposed to be according to the property lines.
Well, and quite frankly, that, raises sort of the issue again of putting conditions on permits or even grant awards that are beyond the control of the applicant. I mean, certainly I know in the comprehensive permit arena with the zoning board, those types of conditions have been struck by the Housing Appeals Committee and the court. You can't impose a condition on an applicant that they don't have control over. And, maybe the answer here, I mean, as much as the Housing Trust, would like to know they have the support of this funding, if the select board has those concerns, I mean, maybe it should be coming back after the zoning board has reviewed it. But again, that puts the Housing Trust in a difficult position, because not knowing if they have that funding commitment on their line item, it makes it difficult to be spending money on going forward with permitting of a project. So I guess my suggestion might be to, if the board is inclined to award the grant, which certainly acknowledge that it's completely within your discretion, there is no entitlement, we understand that it be subject to the zoning board public hearing process and issuance of a comprehensive permit where members of the public will be able to voice their comments and concerns. The board can also even perhaps make it subject to their review of that comprehensive permit, something to that effect, so that it comes back to you. But at least there's a balance there for the Housing Trust to know that maybe they have the support for some funding, but maybe you want to take a look at the permit once it's issued, if it's issued.
Thank you, Laura. Any other comments, questions to move this issue forward in one direction or the other? Julian, go ahead.
I have a question for town council as to whether this select board can put itself in a position of reviewing a comprehensive permit once it's issued and challenge the issuance of it as a condition of going forward. My understanding is that the select board does not have the authority to oversee and act in a different manner than the comprehensive permit issued by the ZBA. So if we could clarify that, I think it would be helpful.
Well, the select board does not have the authority to review the comprehensive permit or overrule it or change it in any way. But that's not what the select board is doing. The select board is deciding whether or not to grant some funds. And if there's a provision in the comprehensive permit they don't like, perhaps they could withhold the grant of the funds, but they cannot change the comprehensive permit. Now, also the statute, there's no requirement that I'm aware of that says which board goes first. And so that's a matter of discretion with the board too.
Okay, thank you. Sam?
I think we need to recognize that we're really just authorizing this grant, but it is automatically conditioned. So it's a reimbursable grant. So you have to go through all the permitting hoops and approval processes and easements or whatever is required before you can start building. And only after you start building can you actually ask for the money that's covered by the grant. So there is a conditionality that's built into how this process works, is my point. And I certainly would defer to Frank if he thinks it's other than that.
Okay, I have no more comments or questions. I just wanted to air that out. I'm sorry
Okay.
for giving you a hard time.
No, you're supposed to air those things out. That's the whole point of it. And just so that I just want to note that the two commenters, Frank and then the McCades, are just raising some issues about the paving, and then asking for this board to revisit the property. I mean, I can say for myself, I lived on Irene Avenue. My grandparents lived on Carroll, and my great grandparents lived on Irene Avenue. So know this area very, very well, and I know the rest of this board has taken a look at that particular area. So
I grew up on Shorewood and played in those woods all my life.
yeah. So I think have seen, put eyes on it and know some of the challenges and the concerns that are raised by the folks here tonight. So thank you. Okay, do I have, what is this board's pleasure?
Well, I see the spot that they're in. I would really like to see the ZBA see this first. I mean, isn't it correct that other projects go to the either planning board for site review first or perhaps the ZBA? Am I mistaken? It seems like they come for the funding afterwards.
You're mistaken.
Okay.
It's your process. It's your
Well,
process, and it's gone that way.
All right. I don't want to throw you another curveball then.
Well, I think in fairness, some do it that way. I mean, I don't think there's any set requirement to go to the zoning board first or go to the planning board first. Some people do it that way. Typically, nonprofit developers who understand the process will do it this way because, as I said, the line item in their budget is so critical, to these projects because, again, there's zero profit and they're 100% affordable. Whereas with a private developer, they're 25% affordable and they're making up to 20% profit. So they're maybe financing through institutional lenders. So the grant process, kind of in a way, and I don't mean to simplify it, but in a way it's sometimes more of an afterthought for that type of developer. But the nonprofit developer, it's critical to the process because there's zero profit and their budgets are so tight. So
maybe you should consider changing the model to 50% affordable and not be under such tight constraints. And then you could build 3 houses and the neighbors might be, maybe sell 1 for profit and it wouldn't be so tight and you wouldn't be so under the gun to build 4 on the lot. The only reason I say that is because I know we talked about the quarter-acre lots and Mara Vista is filled with them. Shorewood has a lot of them, but this area is more wooded, and on either side there's larger lots, so it is different. We had this,
and the density, the density could change. I mean, that's part of the zoning board process. That can change. But again, the 4 units is less than the what's being approved for density now, what projects have gone forward, and it's a 1 acre site. So 4 units per acre is completely in keeping with our town's affordable housing guidelines for density. Again, this is getting to the issue of, we have guidelines and developers are trying to follow the guidelines, and then they come forward and it's like, well, maybe you should, build 2 or maybe you should build 3, but we're trying to go with the guidelines, which is 4 units per acre. So, but that, I'm trying to stress that the housing trust is a quasi-public, housing developer of the town of Falmouth. Their goal is to work with the neighbors to try and make a development that is acceptable for all, balancing all these goals. They're not looking to try and upset the neighborhood. If there are things that need to be done on the plans, that'll all get vetted at the zoning board. That's the way it works.
We did have
I was just going to say, I really just caution folks to recall that, sometimes we get these, other projects that are hostile 40Bs, and we've seen it in other places in town where we've turned away from a particular proposal only to then be met with a proposal that is far more unappealing to the community, but because it's a 40B project, we have very little kind of control and input. So, I get it, but I hope that we, try to, in the spirit, as Laura's saying, as Attorney Moynihan is saying, really try to, work together. Nancy and then Doug, and I do want to try to move forward, guys, because it's 10.
Okay.
We still have a lot.
I just need just a minute, a quick comment and then a question. So I think one of the things that we need to remember is that one of our priorities as a board is to increase affordable housing in this town. And I'm very much a proponent of that. And my second piece is if awarding the grant is conditioned and we set those conditions, I don't see the risk of putting this forward and voting it. Am I missing something?
No, I think what Doug Brown is saying is that he's just saying that he feels like the process, and I get him, I get what he's saying. There's no perfect process, right? There isn't a perfect way to do it because nonprofits are really counting every penny and this matters. But at the same time, I think what Doug Brown is saying is that, we know these just generate so much public input and passion that he's saying he wishes there was sort of more discussion up front before it comes before this board. And I think everybody's putting their finger on what is just honestly the challenge of process with this period. And there is not necessarily a solution.
And I agree. I totally understand what Doug is saying. And the way he laid it out in sort of that linear fashion makes sense to me. But that's not what we're doing here. And there will be public hearings, correct? In front of the zoning board. And so we would be sort of moving that on to them.
Correct.
And so I was not really commenting on Doug's comments.
Yep.
I just kind of want to frame it in a way that doesn't make the ZBA feel like, that everybody wants this project. And so they should, I want them to be free to do their own thing and not feel like we're trying to pressure them by making the award.
I agree. And so that's why the process seems a little funky. I totally get that.
I think the ZBA is quite comfortable telling us what is going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah,
and have done it before.
Agreed.
Yeah, I wouldn't be concerned about that. I mean, they're very smart people. They're very independent thinkers. And again, this is not a lip endorsement. I myself, if it's a lip approval and we go to the zoning board, then yes, we tell them, well, the selectmen have voted an endorsement of this project. They've signed the application to the state. This is in the public interest. That's not what this is. That's not what you're doing here. You're voting money under the promotion and enhancement of affordable housing in the community. You're trying to help a nonprofit developer get there. But again, if you use this process as a means of vetting the merits of the proposal, and you're going to base your vote on that, then you should be having a full public presentation. We should be showing you our plans and showing you our setbacks and showing you the road. You don't have enough information right now to make that kind of decision. So I'm suggesting to you that's not really your hat here. Your hat here is what the Falmouth Housing Trust doing, looking to build 100% affordable homes in an area that has a generally, similar lot size, a residential neighborhood. Is that promotion and enhancement of affordable housing? I would say yes. I think that's your hat,
Well, I appreciate you making that distinction between the LIP process and the standard process, because I was kind of thinking that way, that this is more of an endorsement, and I'm glad you've made that clear.
No, I don't believe it is in that same scenario. No.
Same way.
Okay, well, that's important.
Okay, and go ahead.
As the select board acting as the trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, that we award $260,000 to Falmouth Housing Trust to construct 4 affordable single-family houses on Lewis Neck Road.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would just pass on to Attorney Moynihan and to Karen. just some messages that just say from the residents that they welcome working together. And so hopefully that outreach can go on and continue in the fashion that we talked about, this being, something that is for the benefit of the whole community.
Thank you.
I would like to say that I think I would like us to further raise the issue of the access, the road access into the property to protect the interests of those future property owners.
I meant to make that part of my motion, that this is contingent upon road improvements being done as recommended by the town manager.
And happy neighbors.
And that's my second as well.
Okay.
That should be an improvement for everybody in that area.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, noting Attorney Moynihan, she sort of noted what limitations that might be subject to, just in terms of the control that particular organization will have over that whole road, but it'll be part of the process as it works through, and this passes it on to the ZBA to hear what our concern is. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, please. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Brown?
I'll vote yes.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
English Braga, aye. And so thank you, ladies. And to those abutters, please understand that you are going to have a full public hearing with presentations and your ability to fully weigh in when this matter goes before the ZBA, where there'll be significant detail paid to every piece of this proposed project. Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for your patience.
Next, we're moving on vote authorization to proceed to planning board for A&R plan for 8,600 square feet, 86,000 square foot lot as shown at 860 Sandwich Road for future new fifth fire station. Mr. Suso, and then I see Doug, and then I know that Mark Finneran wanted to make a comment at some point. He had asked to comment on this. So go ahead, Mr. Suso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you know, at your last regular meeting, we talked about this at some length. We've contacted a number of entities regarding this proposed lot split, and that is what is before the board here this evening. As has been represented, is a proposal to authorize us to proceed with to the planning board with an A&R, a lot split. We have two exhibits which we can put on the screen that were transmitted to the board as well as part of your packet, which demonstrate the proposed splitting of lots from the essentially 860 Sandwich Road, from the approximately I believe it's 14-acre parcel that is under the care and control of the select board. It's predominantly athletic fields and parking presently, but there's over 4 acres that are undeveloped and wooded, and these graphics will further demonstrate that. And as we've indicated to others at your last meeting, we'd be bringing this forward to the board for your consideration. In order for us to take the next step, we would need the board's approval to allow a lot split to proceed so that we can continue forward. This first graphic indicates, of course, the approximate 860 Sandwich Road location, just under 2 acres for the proposed lot split on the southernmost, essentially southeasternmost corner of the wooded undeveloped portion of this lot. And the next graphic shows the aerial view of that same proposal. And be happy to answer any questions you may have. We have Fire Chief Tim Smith with us as well, and we appreciate Public Works Director Peter McConerty's assistance in with these graphic exhibits also.
Great, thank you. 1 second, Doug. I just wanted to note, and Sandy Cuny had sent them to us ahead of time. I'm just going to put the questions out there. Some of them can be answered now. Some of them are a little bit too soon. They're kind of future looking, but just, I want to be sure to note that, we got some input from the Recreation Committee, and we, intend to continue those discussions as this project goes forward. And some of the questions, and you could perhaps weigh in and answer these, Mr. Suso. Can the proposed function coexist with the existing sport complex? I believe the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yep. And will the new SBLI playground still be installed this spring? I believe the answer to that is yes.
I don't have the exact timetable, but I know the Public Works plans are to do that install, and there'll be, I believe, some follow-up discussion regarding the exact location and whether any adjustments to the existing parking areas should be part of that. But that is the plan to move forward with it this year.
Great. Would there be enough recreational land left to build one more field, preferably turf, at this site? So, go ahead. I'll just answer. I've kind of gone through them, and you tell me if this is incorrect. So my understanding is that theoretically there is room there. There are other considerations to be made, which is that whole complex abuts a cemetery and a church, and then the Jewish congregation building, their community building as a whole. So we would certainly, any future plans, frankly, whether this fire station were built or not, would necessitate some communications about some sensitivity, recognizing the uses in that area. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Madam Chair. I also want to note that standard operating procedure on this, presuming that the board allows us to proceed with this lot split, there would be a full site plan review with the planning board of the proposed fire station parcel and the project itself. So many of these same inquiries will be addressed in a public process as part of that next step.
Great. Additional parking designs. Can any additional parking be incorporated in the design plans of the new proposed fire station on this site to meet the needs of the present and future field? I think that goes back to what you just said. When there's a full site review, some of that will be sussed out.
Correct. Yes. And I noted that there may be some parking issues related to that playground. There's a significant amount of vacant property there, much beyond, I believe, what the playground would require, for instance.
Okay. Would the traffic on practice and game days interfere with any fire station responses? I don't know if the chief wants to weigh in on that. Chief Smith, do you have any concerns about traffic on practice or game days interfering with the response from that station?
Good evening. I mean, obviously our call volume dictates how often we're on the road. So, I can't predict, how the traffic would be or our responses, but we would hope, just like similar to Main Street and in Woods Hole, that we'd have some type of traffic signal, and we could also kind of control any type of traffic that might be heavier at that given time so that we can safely transit out of the station, obviously make it safe for anybody else that's using the roadway.
And I know it's preliminary, but the idea wouldn't be that the folks in the parking lot for the recreational would be in the same line of exit as your vehicles, correct?
I would hope that would be the case, yes.
Okay.
I'll get a rude awakening.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's a question about outdoor accessible bathrooms. Could that be incorporated into the design of the new fire station, similar to the senior center or otherwise? Mr. Suso, any comment on that in particular?
Well, I guess, again, this could come up in site planning, but I think in a nutshell, we're talking about a public safety facility that has to respond at a moment's notice. So that basic operating mission is incompatible with routine pedestrian and private vehicle visiting the site, and would potentially put citizens in harm's way. So if I'm understanding that at its most basic, I think one would have to be extremely cautious about that. I think those needs, to the extent that they're unmet, this is the first time that I had heard about those, would perhaps be best addressed by approaching them in a different manner.
But again, we'll have a larger conversation of specifics as we do site plan review.
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. Doug, I just want to go through that. I just want to note that Doug Brown, and then I know we have some folks who wanted to weigh in. So go ahead, Doug.
Just one comment about the motion. Vote to authorize to proceed the planning board to A&R plan for the lot for the new 5th fire station, but in reality, it will be our new 6th fire station. So I'd like to propose that we amend that to say 6, because until we consolidate north and west, we will be running 6 stations, correct?
Why don't we take the number out?
Yeah, just drop the word 5th if that's agreeable.
Okay.
And I know we have a couple of folks. Peter Johnson-Staub, did you want to read? Maury Harlow-Hawk? She had sent a comment in.
Yes, I'm just scrolling to it now.
Okay.
And Maury Harlow-Hawks entered into the chat. I'll read it. Good evening. I want to thank the board for their support for the Sandwich Road site for the new Hatchville Fire Station that's been long overdue. The original recommendation was in 1951. It is exciting this is becoming a reality. The hard work under difficult times with COVID restrictions is greatly appreciated. And here's where scrolling gets challenging. That said, have a few questions. Will there be a fire station? And I'm afraid the comment cuts off there.
Hold on, let me go up and see. Okay. Will there be a fire station building committee? We would anticipate that there would be a committee in some aspect of this, as there usually is. We're going to have to have a project manager, all of that, right, Mr. Suso?
That's correct.
Okay. Has the fire chief found a spare engine that will fit in West Falmouth? I don't want to speak for you, chief, but my guess is that is still a work in progress. Okay.
Yes.
I don't want to get too far afield from what the subject matter is, so I do want to answer our questions, but move forward. Okay. Will West Falmouth Fire Station receive a modest renovation and much needed maintenance with a separate RFP? I don't think that's before us this evening. The West Falmouth station had I think this is stuff about West Falmouth. So what I would say is we can put that on an upcoming agenda so it's properly agended and we can address it. I don't want to go too far afield. That gets us into some open meeting law territory when we start talking about West Falmouth and it's not on our agenda. So we can put those, Mr. Suso, if you can note those items as some items for an upcoming meeting. Some questions that Ms. Harlow-Hawks has placed in her comment.
Yeah, can that be put in an email form and transmitted?
I will cut and paste it. I will cut and paste it for her, and I'll do that right now. Okay, next, can we please bring in Mr. Clattenburg? He has a comment on behalf of the Ashumet Valley Association that abuts and is near, not abuts, excuse me, but is near this property. And I know that he has asked to read a comment tonight. And then if IT could just queue up getting Mr. Finneran on board and he can make his comment and then we can go forward with this particular item, please. Ron, you are with us, so we can't see you, but I think we'll be able to hear you if you talk. Oh, I think you've muted yourself. Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
Okay.
All of a sudden, it shifted to making me a panelist, and it was clocking.
Yes.
Whatever the reason.
Well, welcome. I know you have a comment on behalf of the association, so go right ahead.
Yeah, I am. My name is Ron Clattenburg, and I'm the president of the Ashumet Valley Property Owners, and I'm representing the board of directors as well as the membership. We have 208 members in Hatchville. We're kind of in the boondocks, and we get forgotten. But this particular issue is extremely important to many of our members. And they've asked me to read a statement into the record because the board of directors right now is in the process of coming up to a decision whether to move the project forward to the planning and design phase. And that's why we prepared this letter. And it reads, Dear Falmouth Select Board, on February 9th, 2021, the Board of Directors for Ashumet Valley Property Owners, or AVPOI, voted to support the location of the new Hatchville Fire Station at 860 Sandwich Road. The board represents 208 landowners in Ashumet Valley. Our members include a large number of senior citizens and families. AVPOI has had a good and productive relationship with town officials, and we want the select board to know we are strongly in favor of the new fire station location. For years now, response times for emergency vehicles have been inadequate, ranging from 9 to 10 minutes. This response time is well above the recommended national standard of 4 minutes. In fact, the fire station location study that I had gotten a copy of that was prepared for the town in 2020 also confirmed that response times are consistently over 4 minutes and in the, quote, the red zone for our segment of town. We understand that some members of the select board want to fully understand the overarching questions of town-wide fire station placement and staffing before moving forward. However, this issue has been a known problem for decades. The fire station study confirmed that a centrally located fire station in Hatchville will bring the vast majority of emergency calls to within the 4-minute standard. We now strongly request a favorable vote on this project because your support will allow for the subdivision of the land, design, and work to begin. The future of the West Falmouth and the North Falmouth fire stations, that staffing and reassessment of other fire department resources, in our opinion, can be done simultaneously as Hatchville moves forward. And I know that you're at that point, and we feel very strongly about this issue. And I would expect that our association will be involved as it moves forward.
Thank you very much, Ron, and thanks to the association for taking the time to weigh in on it. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, the last person who's asked me to speak is Mark Finneran. I am just waiting to see if he there he goes. Come on over.
Sandy Cooney also has to speak.
Oh, okay. Has she asked to speak? Oh, okay, I see. Yep.
All right.
So if we can bring Ms. Cooney over as well.
Maybe IT could promote them a little bit before, a little sooner.
Yeah, just so you can promote them over and then they can wait. Hi, Mark, how are you?
Hi, I'm all right. I don't see that you see me, but that's fine.
We know what you look like.
Yeah. Well, actually, I look different. I got a beard and haven't cut my hair in a while. Hold on 1 second.
Do you have a green shirt?
Actually, I don't even have that.
That's right.
Oh, boy.
I just want to go through a little bit of history and give you the opinion of the committee as well as my own. As you know, first off, thank you, Madam Chairman, and all the members of the board, and Julian. But you nominated me for the committee, which I was on, and you knew I had a long interest in this issue, and it's been an issue in town much longer than that. And it's between the 6 and the 5 station model. I just kind of want to review that nobody on the committee saw their mission as to be closing any fire station. And we went further as to overcome the old New England problem. You can't get there from here that was in Hatchville and still maintain a 5-station model, which picked out the area in West Falmouth, West to North Falmouth, for a combined station, being the ultimately the best. I've been on this kind of studying the issue for a long time, and 10 years ago, give or take, when I first looked into it, I knew it was going to be an issue of money and selling the thing to the public. So I started to investigate, how we could save some money. And I looked at modular steel buildings, and I checked with numerous vendors around the country, actually, And I found that it was a very common practice for towns to build fire stations using simple steel modular buildings because, you basically buy them off the shelf. You don't have to go through all the process. They have their engineers on board. And then when you finally did put me on the committee last year, I went to recontact these vendors again, and none of the salesmen that I had spoken to were working at any of the places any longer. And I did speak to a couple of them, and one of the women, a woman salesman, much to her chagrin, said that these towns who do this with the idea of saving money by using a modular facility have kind of taken their logic and moved it further down the road. And what they're doing now is it's very common for them, instead of incorporating the facilities for the staff to live in, they're simply dropping 2-bedroom modular homes on the roof of these. Generally, it would be a 4-door, 4-station building. And the only difference from any other modular home is, other than you're on the roof of a building, you'd have a pole in the center of your kitchen or in the corner. But these ways are being used across the country to save money. And everyone should keep in mind that we need to build another station as well. And any savings that we potentially could garner could be applied towards West Falmouth and North Falmouth. So I just had 2 suggestions or proposals that you do form a building committee, which evidently you are, and that either on parallel tracks or with the town, we can investigate whether we can build the physical structure itself at a savings by buying these off-the-shelf things that eliminate Davis-Bacon and prevailing wages and a lot of instances. And I mean, they have the engineers that do all the infrastructure. And I just, I think that's an avenue we might pursue, because if we can make any savings, we can essentially double it or more on another station. And then I had just one more suggestion, that in that corridor that we propose, which would be ideal and still serve everyone properly with a 5-station model, there aren't a lot of properties available or open land available, but there are a lot of properties that would suffice. And I was just thinking, as an idea, if you might consider and think it would be plausible for anyone along that route to make them an offer, if they have a property that is fitting for our needs, that we would do something like offer them the market value of their property plus 10% and a piece of land somewhere else in town-owned land, an acre, half an acre, whatever, deeded on top of it. So it would make our choices greater. And like I said, they're just suggestions. This thing's always been an issue with me and the town as well. So basically that's the extent of it. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. We appreciate it. And we'll definitely be circling back to some of the issues around West Falmouth as well that you're bringing up. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Super. Thanks.
Thanks. Sandy.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, I want to thank you, number one, for bringing up the issues that the Recreation Department had, the Recreation Committee. The ones in particular I want to address is the parking. Number 4, could additional parking be incorporated? And I know the answer was, planning board, full site review. The other one was number 5, with the traffic on game days interfere with station. Tim says, hopefully there'll be a traffic light. On game days, when we have activity there, cars are parked all over the place. And sometimes, we try to schedule it, just like Trotting Park Fields, we tried to schedule it so that there would be a 15-minute in between. But sometimes people come and they're parking on Sandwich Road. So that was our biggest concern, was no matter what, we need additional parking. And I think if you're going to do the planning, if it's included in the planning board site review, I would like some confirmation that the recreation committee could stay involved with helping design some of that parking to accommodate. And
Yep, and being part of that the ongoing discussion.
Right.
Yep.
So that's my major concern. You know, whether or not another field can go there, we would love it if it could. We do have other recreational land that's possible, but we're still trying to address that study from the athletic study from years ago that we need additional fields. So anyway, thank you for addressing all that. And again, the parking is a major concern.
So what, oh, go ahead, Doug Brown. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
was going to just say that I wonder, I don't think another field in that corner is probably going to be practical because it's too close to the church and the noise is going to probably be too much. The other thing that you might be able to do, though, now that you're going to have a fire station built, you're going to have a septic system. Maybe you could build a restroom and a snack bar like you have at the ball field over at Gifford Street. And then you could add some parking in that back area to go with that.
So, and just to speak to Sandy's larger point. Oh, go ahead, Sandy. Yep.
Well, the Gifford Street, are you talking about the Little League field?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's grandfathered because when the Trolley Park fields were built, it was in the planning board's, you can't have any speakers or lights or anything down there. So we have to be careful about that.
I was just talking about a restroom facility. You had wanted that to be maybe access to the fire station to use the restroom rather than have the porta potties. You maybe could build a little restroom facility like what we have down at Peg Noonan Park. Just an idea. This is way down the road.
Okay. All right.
I wouldn't get too much hopes up or another field there, though.
I'm going to make a motion that we proceed to the planning board for an A&R for the 86,000 square foot lot shown on 860 Sanders Road.
Great.
Patterson, second.
Second, okay. And certainly, Sandy, the rec committee, like we did with the senior center, will be, part of that conversation as we go forward. So thank you. We appreciate it. I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Have a good night. Seeing none, by roll call, Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
English Braga, aye. Okay, great. Next, we have the presentations from the petitioners for the petitioners' articles. Just to remind folks, this is the presentation. It's, as we said at the beginning of the meeting, it is the opportunity for you to present what the article is about. It's by Chief, thank you. It's not arguing the merits of your petition and what you're asking for. It's explaining what it's about. And so we have a 5-minute limit and we really have to stick to that. So we are going to start with petitioner article number 29, the Quissa Association Incorporated. Oh, you just have to unmute yourself. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Dana Roden, and I'm a director of the Quissa Association. I've been asked by its president, James DeRocher, to present this proposed article tonight. And earlier today, I submitted a background memorandum that we presented to the Traffic Advisory Committee back in 2019. That's not really before you tonight, but I thought that it would be helpful in illustrating the kinds of conditions that the adoption of this statute might facilitate. And it gives you some idea of the history of why we're interested in the adoption or acceptance of this provision of the general laws. The petition itself is pretty straightforward. The text of it is pretty much verbatim the text of the statute itself. Hopefully it's clear and there aren't any questions about that. There is some treatment of this statute on the State Department of Transportation's website that references procedures for speed zoning on state highways and municipal roads. And it's one of the few speed limits that municipalities can adopt without the approval of the State Department of Transportation. And it goes on to state that speed limits within a safety zone must be set at 20 miles an hour and are intended to be used in areas where vulnerable road users are likely to be present, such as parks and playgrounds, senior housing centers, hospitals, and other medical facilities, high schools and higher education centers and daycare facilities. And it has, that is the procedures manual of Mass DOT, some other criteria for these zones on pages 19 and 20, and due to time, I won't necessarily read those. But the point here is that the special or designated safety zones are not intended for general applicability, and there are criteria within the State Department of Transportation handbook which suggest the appropriate circumstances for utilizing this statute. So the intent here is to ask the town to and to gain your support in the adoption and acceptance of this statute, so there'll be a tool in the toolbox for general applicability across the town, even though we have a particular interest that, of course, we'd bring forward again before the TAC or before you in the event the statute's adopted. And lastly, in wrapping up, the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit for such safety zones is based on traffic safety studies and data indicating that at speeds above 20, impacts with pedestrians become less survivable and injuries more severe. And further, that in addition to much higher survival rates, driving at those speeds give drivers opportunity to stop or to avoid hitting people in the first instance. And certainly that's our goal for Quistit, where the Harbor Road, certainly up to 6 months a year in the good weather is practically a pedestrian mall. So it's that type of context or circumstance where this would be intended to be applied. So we hope for your support of this article on that basis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we don't vote on it tonight. It's just simply the presentation.
I understand.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry it's so late, but
Thanks, Dana.
how it goes here.
It's a long night for you all.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Article 30, and the petitioner is Sandra Feynman Silva. Good evening.
And I asked that Jerry Lazos also be included.
I think they're bringing him in now. There he is. Okay. Okay.
And I'm going to share my, do a PowerPoint, so may I share the screen?
Sure.
Okay.
Hi, Jerry.
Hello. Thank you all very much.
IT, is she able to share her screen?
Should be able to. If not, I do have it available.
Okay. Why don't we?
I've modified it slightly.
Okay. Are you able to do
on
it, or
my screen.
we can't see it yet?
Okay.
Do I have to click on something?
Well, you have to click on share screen. So there you go. Oh, now Jerry's sharing it. Okay.
All right.
I think you just want to make it a little bit bigger, maybe if you can, Jerry.
Put it on full screen.
There you
we go.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm going to start. I want to restart. So go ahead.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Jerry Lassos. I'm Precinct 7, and in end of April, we'll mark the 2-year anniversary that I've moved here. I'm very excited to be here. I would like to start with a land acknowledgement, and then Dr. Feynman Silva will be speaking as well. We pause to acknowledge the connection to the ancestral homelands of the Mashpee Wampanoag, the people of First Light. We give thanks for the opportunity to meet, live, work, learn, and pray on traditional homelands. We pay our respect to their elders and hope to honor all Indigenous peoples, past, present, and future. And with that, Dr. Feynman Silva.
Thank you, Jerry.
Next slide, please. Thank you. This and Article 32 have been endorsed by the Affirmative Action Diversity Committee and the Upper Cape Women's Coalition. We are living in a time when it is no longer okay to disrespect, to discriminate, to disempower, to deny truth. And yes, we can no longer honor someone who does not deserve our respect or admiration. Now is the time to end fictions and to honor historical truth. Article 30 is not meant to disrespect Italian Americans or anyone who lives in our nation. Unfortunately, the stories told to us as children about Columbus and Columbus Day are not true, and now we must correct the historical record. Misrepresentations, untruths, and historical fabrications are hurtful, demeaning, and painful to our Native American sisters and brothers and to all Americans. The sad fact is that the encounter between Columbus and Native Americans was brutal and unconscionable. Columbus's own writings tell an outrageous narrative that cannot be denied any longer. He forcibly removed thousands of natives to be enslaved in Spain, including children. Bartholomew de las Casas, an eyewitness to the carnage, said, "My eyes have seen these acts so foreign to human nature that now I tremble as I write." They, the conquistadors, attacked the towns and spared neither the children nor the aged, nor pregnant women, nor women in childbed, cutting them to pieces as if dealing with sheep in the slaughterhouse. In light of the painful truths of the history of the conquest and Columbus's own part in it, we respectfully ask that the holiday, that the Select Board endorse our request that the holiday celebrated on the second Monday of October be called Indigenous Peoples Day in Falmouth henceforth. Mr. Jerry Lassos, member of the Tongva, the Indigenous Tribe of Los Angeles, will now share his own personal testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. As I said, I am a Falmouth resident. I am also now contracted with as an American Indian Resource Specialist with the Mashpee Wampanoag Education Department. I want to make it clear that I do not represent the Mashpee Wampanoag. I would not claim to. But as a resident of Falmouth, this is something that's very important. I am Tongva, the Indigenous Tribe of Los Angeles, the Indigenous people of Los Angeles. And I'd like to share a little bit about our proposal. We would like you to join Arizona, New Mexico, Alaska, and even in New England, Maine, and Vermont, and the Massachusetts cities and towns of Cambridge, Provincetown, Mashpee, and replace Columbus Day, the second Monday of October, and join in the healing of proclaiming that day as Indigenous Peoples Day. Now, as far as our tribe in Los Angeles, the Spanish arrived in 1542. And just to give you a little bit of background, I know that there's a lot of focus on local history, but we too have faced generations of historical trauma. We are more commonly known probably as the tribe Gabrielino because the Spanish took us to the San Gabriel mission. So we carry the name of our oppressor. So I always prefer and honor the name Tongva instead. This is Rose Lassos, my mission-born grandmother, who I recall as a young man. She was born in 1887 and grew up on the mission. And even then, her experience was such that she made the family promise to never bury her at that mission. During the time of the Great Gold Rush, was a time of tremendous genocide. Over 15,000 Native Americans were killed by state-sponsored genocide. But we are here as survivors. Rose Lassos is also the name of my daughter, who was born in 1987. And we are here because she's a biomedical mechanical engineer working in Cambridge. So we're proud that we have survived, just as so many of the over 570 tribes in the U.S. have survived, and that includes the Mashpee Wampanoag.
Thank you, Mr. Lassos. We really appreciate you sharing that, and I love those two pictures set apart by that timeline. So thank you both.
Thank you.
And Sandy, you'll come back on for the other article you're going to present. So thank you both for your time.
And Jerry's coming on too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we have petitioner article number 31 by Ron Zweig, if he is present.
Are we not hearing Article 22?
We don't have it in here. What? Hold on.
It's a petition article about
for the
solar.
zoning. Yes. What happened with that? Hi, Ron. Hold on just 1 second. We won't start your time yet. Mr. Suso, can you just, as we hear from Ron, Article 22 is a petitioner's article. So maybe we can look in on that.
Take a look.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Doug. Good catch. Ron, welcome. Go right ahead. I'm going to set the timer. I hate being that person, but tonight we are sticking to the 5 minutes. So please go right ahead.
Well, thanks so much, Megan. Thanks everyone this evening. I'm Ron Zweig. I'm from Precinct 1, and I would like to share my screen if I can.
Okay. Okay. There you go.
Thank you. Just a moment. Okay, this is our Article 31, and it pertains to, it's written here, the article reads, to see if the town will vote to advise the Board of Selectmen to create a domestic partnership bylaw for the town of Falmouth, Massachusetts, or do or take any action on the matter. There's domestic partnership bylaws do exist in Massachusetts, and they are essentially initiated and implemented at the municipal level. So in understanding it, I've used a website from the Miller Law Group. And what is domestic partnership in Massachusetts? They're legal benefits, hospital visitation rights, family health care coverage, correctional facility visitation rights, access to a dependent child school records, the right to remove a child from school for emergencies, bereavement leave, sick leave to care for a partner, shared employment benefits from a partner. These are the people who would enter into domestic partnership under this bylaw in Falmouth. So what are the requirements? Those who register for domestic partnership must be over the age of 18 and unmarried. The couple shares living expenses. The couple is responsible for the well-being of each other and any dependents. Both parties are mentally capable of entering into a contract. Both parties do not have a domestic partnership with somebody already. What is domestic partnership in Massachusetts? Again, registration. Such bylaws formulated and implemented on a town-by-town basis, and the registration is at town hall. Is it the same as being married? No, recognized only in the state where enacted, not a legal family, and do not inherit each other's assets, which are different from those who are married. Domestic partnerships can be among any couple, any people, two people who would fulfill those requirements, and it isn't, there's not any specific gender-related aspect to it. It can just be done for those who are living together and supporting each other. We've received 2 endorsements for this article from the Upper Cape Women's Coalition and just this evening from the Falmouth Affirmative Action Diversity Committee. So I think that's about it. I'll try to keep it very short because of the late hour. And thank you for the consideration. And if there are any questions that come up between now and your next meeting, please contact me. And I look forward to hearing from you and to hear of your positive support for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. Sorry for the late hour, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Next, we have a presentation on Article 32, and Sandy is back, and Jerry as well. So are you sharing a screen for this one? Oh, you guys are both muted. Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, go right ahead.
We are.
I'm starting. I won't start till I'll start now that it's up. Go right ahead.
You can go to the next slide.
Okay. Oh.
Is there another slide? No?
Oh, Jerry, you're muted, so we can't hear you if you're telling us something.
Jerry's going to talk about this one, which was also endorsed by the Falmouth Affirmative Action Committee and Upper Cape Women's Coalition.
Okay. I'm going to start the timer now because Jerry's with us. Go ahead.
Okay, we're kind of frozen here, so.
Okay.
And we'll discuss basically if we can't get it going. Here we go. We'll move it to this one. And then we'll go full screen. There. And, all right. So thank you, board members, again. This is the beginning again, so.
Please go to the last slide.
Yes, here we go. Sorry.
No.
This one.
Learning curve for these. There you go.
There we go. Article 32, we are requesting that a land acknowledgement be part of now every meeting and every public gathering, so that from now on in the future, that the acknowledgement of the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe and the indigenous people whose traditional homeland this is upon would be reflected in every meeting and every public gathering. So the land acknowledgement that I did previously was an example of just paying respect. It's a very common occurrence. We are now doing this with the public schools. As I said, I'm working with the Mashpee Wampanoag Education Department. We are starting to do that in school functions. So, Dr. Feynman Silva, any comments?
Yes. Yes, this would, what this acknowledgement would do would be to acknowledge that we are holding a meeting, and these meetings would be pertaining to the town of Falmouth. So they would be official public meetings of the town of Falmouth, including town meeting and high school graduation. And it would acknowledge that we are holding these events on the traditional, sacred ancestral homeland of the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, the people of the First Light. And it is, again, an educational and a spiritual and acknowledgement activity to pay respects to the people that came before us on the land that we now live and benefit from.
And this is an example. The land acknowledgement can be created by the group that intends to use it, but this is just provided as an example. If there's any questions, be willing to answer, or again, would like to thank you. And we appreciate the time and the efforts that you put towards this.
Thank you both, and thank you for the really succinct presentation. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have petition Article 33, and we have Patricia Oshman. And while she's coming on,
may we also have Tyler Barron?
Yeah, they're bringing them on now.
Okay.
And I'll just remind everyone that it's still 5 minutes because that's what we've given everybody.
I
So
know. We'll try. We'll
yeah,
try really hard.
we're just going to have to do it. But remember, at town meeting is where you really do the full presentation for it. So go ahead. Who's going to start off? I'll just wait. Is someone sharing the screen?
Rich. Yes.
Okay, I'm starting and Cindy is sharing the screen, but I also want to acknowledge, thank you so much for the late time and the opportunity to still speak tonight. And the Article 33 was also endorsed by the Town of Falmouth Affirmative Action and Diversity Committee, as well the Upper Cape Women's Coalition.
Great, thank you.
So Article 33
this
is
one right
requesting
here.
basically two things. One is to create a task force on workforce sustainability and a 75,000 family early education and child care support voucher group. It is being presented by me, Sandy Feynman Silva, Tyler Barron, and Jordan Fry.
Great.
Next. So our Falmouth life isn't sustainable because the workforce is just disappearing. You put together aging population plus low wage plus seasonal jobs. It's a labor force crisis, housing affordable crisis. We just spent a long time talking about housing and affordable housing, childcare affordable crisis as well. Next. So what's really our population is aging. We're losing and we're going to continue to lose the workforce that it goes between ages of 18 and 55. And our population is just growing older and older, 55 and 85 plus. And it's a really concern because we have a gap on an age and new families. Now I'm going to give an opportunity for
Tyler.
Tyler.
Hi there.
Thank you again.
My name's Tyler Barron. I'm from Precinct 1. I grew up in Falmouth. And yeah, this slide here sort of just gives an overview of what the fastest sort of growing jobs are in the area. I myself have worked many of these types of jobs, except for healthcare. I've done construction, food service, landscaping, science. So I've been a part of this trend for these jobs. Go to the next slide. However, people like myself who are working those jobs have needs like housing and childcare that continually are the most expensive things that we're facing. Housing in town. You can say the slide. Sorry, you can go back.
Sorry.
So this slide pretty much demonstrates the set of needs as put together by a Cape Cod Young Professional 2018 community survey. I think it clearly shows that housing is one of the greatest things, which we have talked about this evening, and is pretty understandable that we need affordable housing. The next biggest issue, though, is childcare. This slide here shows roughly what people in those various sectors that are, especially ones that are growing, are making per year. So people in personal care or building grounds, cleaning, maintenance, food preparation, those folks are making around $30,000 a year. Next slide. So an issue with that is that those fastest growing sectors are not providing people with livable wages. A livable wage, according to the living wage calculator from MIT, is $16.57. If you don't have any children, but our current minimum wage is $13.25. So folks like myself cannot actually create a living for ourselves here. Next slide. This sort of gives a general overview of what a breakdown is for people who are working with the livable wage in Massachusetts. The annual wage or annual salary then is $34,000. And as you can see, folks are paying most of their money in housing, or if you have one child and you're one adult, childcare becomes one of the next greatest expenses. Next slide.
Okay. Thank you. Massachusetts, as you can see on this slide, is the second most expensive state in the United States for childcare. We rank 42nd in our investment in childcare. Towns throughout the Cape are doing things to help their workforce to pay for childcare, housing, and all the other costs in order to sustain our workforce that is, as Tyler noted, are largely in low-wage jobs. And these are some of the things that the towns are doing with pre-K and pre-K programs, cash subsidies for childcare. And the reason we're focusing on childcare is because childcare is the second largest expense for families, second only to housing. And sometimes people pay more for childcare than they do for housing. This shows what families pay for childcare subsidies in Massachusetts.
Sandy, you're over the 5 minutes. I gave a little bit of extra time, but I kept everyone to the 5 minutes. This is the PowerPoint that you sent to us, right?
Yeah. Can our last speaker just
like maybe 10 seconds if she can? Jordan?
Jordan, are you on?
Sure. Yes, I'm here. Hi, everyone. I'm Jordan.
And we did get your written statement, Jordan. So the board has seen that.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so I think we're just trying to, we would like for this task force to be a task force that specifically looks at the issues that affect young working people and comes up with solutions sort of by partnering with all of these different branches that are already working on these problems, but unifying them into one central issue. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Sorry it is so late, and as I noted that we saw what you guys sent in and your statements and everything, so we really appreciate it. Thank you all. Thanks for hanging in this long.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Yes, Julian, did you get an answer on the petitioner's article number 22?
I didn't get a definitive answer, but looking them over, I noticed both 21 and 22 are proposed zoning change articles. And I think the planning board normally takes the primary role on review of those and hearing them and making a recommendation. But of course, that does not prevent the select board from doing so as well. So if it would be I think it was an oversight, I believe, on the scheduling. We could schedule those for your next regular meeting on March 8th when you'd be making recommendations. But if it would be, the board would be agreeable, we could bring 21 and 22 in for a short summary and also make a recommendation to supplement what the planning board does. I also wanted to note that on this last petition article 33, the finance committee is going to be the primary because there's a financial element to it. So they'll make the primary recommendation. But again, I assume the board's going to want to weigh in on that as well.
Yes, but just to clarify, that would mean that the petitioners would likely be presenting to them.
To the finance committee, correct?
Yes. So just so that the folks who were just here who had that presentation and didn't get quite through it, you'll want to speak with the finance committee and make provisions for doing that presentation. Okay. Doug, any concerns about bringing it on the 8th and hearing those then?
Nope.
Okay, so if
Again,
we could
I don't
do
think
that.
we have,
Thank you.
as Julian said, we don't have to make a recommendation on those.
Okay, does this board feel one way or the other? Should, for consistency's sake, have we generally made recommendations?
Not on
No.
zoning issues.
Okay, so then I don't think we need to do that, Mr. Suso, unless someone on this board.
You don't need to, just if you
Okay.
prefer to.
Seems more appropriate for the planning board to comment.
For zoning, I think it's zoning that or planning that. Yep. Okay, perfect.
Okay,
So
we'll sit tight
thank
on
you for
those.
following up on that. Okay.
Certainly.
Next, we are on our last page here. Status update discussion on the disposition of wind turbines. Can you give us an update on that, Mr. Suso?
Yes,
And I
thank you,
see
Madam
Attorney
Chair,
Morag.
members of the board. We have Attorney Chris Morag joining us again. I know he spoke to the board a while back. And we've been discussing options and alternatives, and appreciate Select Board Member Doug Jones joining us as well for a recent discussion with Chris Morag. And Chris is going to summarize essentially our recommendation, and we have a suggested motion for the board's consideration once Chris is completed and any questions that you have are answered. Chris, did you want to step in?
Sure. Thank you. I know it's late. I'll be as brief as possible. As you know, in our last discussion, we talked about some potential options, one of them including special legislation to consider that would make sense for the town moving forward with the 2 wind turbines. Unfortunately, after further investigation, it appears that the special legislation avenue is fraught with some potential obstacles that would lead to a positive result for the town, including but not limited to an unknowable timetable, a likelihood for significant commitment of additional town resources without any guarantee of a positive financial result, and a lackluster interest from potential bidders due to the age of the turbines. Also, there's the difficulty in finding an acceptable alternate location where the turbines could be relocated, reassembled, made operational, and assist with the outstanding obligations to the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust. We also had a discussion with the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust. I think it was a good conversation. They wanted to know what any specific amount of potential payment or repayment could be for the outstanding loan. We were not in a position, of course, to have any further detailed discussion about that at that point in time. I then followed up with a discussion with the Attorney General's Office bid protest unit to talk about some of the procurement options that would not require special legislation to have the turbines removed from the current location. And we discussed the potential procurement for the removal and/or reuse of the 2 wind turbines, as well as related switchgear and an electrical transformer from the town's wastewater treatment plant where they currently are. When I discussed this with the Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General, and the bid construction unit, we talked about it in some depth, and that we are looking to explore some other options to have these removed and potentially reused. And I then heard back that it would be appropriate if we wanted to do them. There was one procurement under Chapter 30, Section 39M, to have them dismantled, and that we could procure the disposal of this equipment as one transaction, and then any bidder could decide whether or not they wanted to reuse or resell the equipment and take that decision into consideration in formulating any bid price. Now, I note that if we went through a Chapter 30, 39 procurement, we can't really have any requirements on what they're going to do with the turbines once they're removed. So I just want to make that clear. All right. So with that said, I think I know there's a proposed motion, Julian or Jennifer, I don't know if you want to
put up on the screen. Peter or Tom can give us a hand getting that up. There we are.
So this is the language of a suggested motion. I don't have to read it to you folks. You have it there, but essentially to authorize proceeding with engaging a qualified consultant.
Okay.
To move this forward.
Any questions from the board? Excuse me.
I'm having trouble grasping what was just said. Why couldn't we get this in writing before the meeting?
Get what in writing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess our best answer was that we're inviting Chris Morag to give us a legal summary that we had discussed in advance, but did not transmit the formal legal opinion to members of the board in advance of that. We can certainly do that as a follow-up if the board would like.
I'm sorry, I just didn't really get it. So there is a procurement process where we can get rid of the turbines, but we can't control what happens to them.
Yes, I'm sorry if I went too fast. We could, under Chapter 3039M, which was the way that the turbines were put out, have a, if you will, a procurement that goes out for the removal and disposal of the turbines. And the bidder, the successful bidder, whether they end up paying us some amount of money or we have to pay them to have them removed, would be able to do what they like with them if they are the lowest responsible and eligible bidder.
And so why do we need another consultant now?
There would have to be a consultant to put together those bid specifications because it would be a public procurement for construction under Chapter 30, Section 39M. So, for example, there are certain things, we've had one discussion already with the wastewater treatment plant about portions of the turbine infrastructure that could stay in place. So, for example, there are large concrete foundations that are underneath each one of them. And it appears that there's no need to remove those. Those would be a huge expense to have those removed. And also some of the underground wiring that goes between the turbines and the actual transformer. Underground could probably stay in place, but that would all need to be delineated by, by an engineering firm that typically does that type of work.
Okay. And did we ever get any response or any results from investigating whether or not a cell phone tower could be placed on one of the towers rather than taking them down completely?
It was part of our discussion, and there is, I guess the best I could say is there's mild interest in it. But the technology seems to be shifting, and there is much less interest in it than there might have been 5 or 10 years ago. We recognize that some areas of town do have some challenges on cell phone reception, but the reality is attempting to utilize one of these towers specifically for cell phone reception, we may find through this procurement process that it is to the town's advantage to put up a standalone tower and not use one of these specifically constructed towers for wind turbines. It might be a better application to use and possibly reuse the concrete foundation for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? And so, I mean, this really still leaves as a question mark our repayment obligations, because it's still really in the conversation stage. And so we don't really have a definitive, I guess and I know it's a little bit of apples and oranges, but my one caveat, if this is the route we have to go, I really hope we are continuously pushing those conversations. And as we go to the next stage where we have the RFP out and they're seeing what we're doing to really continue. And I've mentioned it before, I think we need to get some, there are some representatives that we have and who have some, real affinity and connection here to this town. And I think we need to get their eyes on this and have conversations about what that financial burden really means to us. And, what impact that is going to have on our community. And I've said it before, even if they're specifically concerned with green energy and renewables, what impact that has on our ability to engage and pursue any of those. And so I really think that we need to be, proactive on the political piece of it. I know this is the procurement, this is the legal piece, we have the financial piece of it that we have to deal with, but on that political piece, I really think we have to continue to push hard for those discussions because those are big numbers for us community of our size, and they remain daunting. So
are they asking?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Doug. No.
Excuse me. So is the Clean Water Trust now awaiting an offer from us, a buyout?
Julie, you want me to respond to that, or
Yeah,
would you like to?
Please, Chris, if you would.
Yes, they're awaiting a further discussion, and what the recommendation is to have a consultant estimate what the cost may be, or potentially a payment, although I don't think that's likely, for the right for a contractor to take away these turbines. Once we have that cost estimate, we'll be in a better position to have a follow-on discussion with the Clean Water Trust about utilizing the available funds that have already been appropriated for dealing with these 2 turbines, the costs of potential removal, and then how we'd like to address the Clean Water Trust and resolving the outstanding issue on the repayment. So it's all going to go together. I suggest before the bid package actually gets put out on the street for bidders to respond to have hopefully some understanding with the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust on an end game and resolution of the outstanding situation.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
thank you, Chris. You're speaking to exactly what I'm talking about. It really worries me to go forward if we don't, and I understand they may say, we'll tell you when we see what your ultimate costs are, but we're just sort of adding the levels of sort of pain if we don't have some possible sense of where the cap is. But
we had Weston and Sampson do an estimate for the takedown and storage and all that. Isn't that enough to use for our financial guidance?
And I do not believe so. What Weston and Sampson had done, and I've read that report and that study, was to take it down in a fashion that would, if you will, make it so that it could be reused. That might be a much different process and a much more expensive process than if someone looked at these and wanted to utilize them for just some portion of the parts, or for scrap or something else, so that it really makes a difference. And I suspect that the costs in the Weston and Sampson report for the removal and the way that they had proposed it were much, much more expensive, especially with talking about storage and bringing in a large crane to dismantle in kind of, if you will, a reverse Swiss watch type function.
But in a sense, at least we know we're covered. I mean, it would certainly be adequate to budget that amount. And that bolsters our case with the Clean Water Trust that it's expensive proposition.
We need the consultant to write the RFP. That's what the consultant really is doing.
Yes.
Is creating the RFP that we can put out to get a procurement to get these taken down.
Okay. I'm just so tired of spending money on these things.
I know, but I think, as Chris was just saying, there's a good chance we don't have to spend as much money as we thought to take them down. And we've already put the 2.5 million towards that. There's a good chance there'll be some left over. We may have to split that or give that to the Clean Water Trust, but we may not have to go above what we've already appropriated to resolve this issue.
All right.
Any other
That's certainly our
questions?
hope. That's certainly our hope.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay. Do I have a motion from this board?
I don't remember exactly what the wording was.
I guess.
Put that back up.
Yep.
I move that the board agrees to authorize proceeding with a qualified consultant to assist in the process of a cost estimate or payment to the town for disposition and removal of the wind turbines and the creation of the necessary bid documents under Mass General Law, Chapter 30, Section 39M.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Taylor, second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, please. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
English Braga, aye. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
And
Thank you,
too.
Chris. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks, Chris. Okay. Discussion with Beach Committee on proposal to expand membership. Could we please have Paul Moskowski come on? I see him coming on. This is something that Beach Committee had brought up a while back. And so we are here tonight just to hear from Paul. Hi, Paul, on behalf of the committee. And then obviously we'd have further discussions and possibly a vote at a later date. So welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Selectmen, Mr. Suso. We have 5 members on our committee right now, and we have a lot of stuff to do. And we'd really like to have a couple more members to spread the work out. And if one of our committee members goes to Florida or just sort of we've had some real short meetings on, with personnel, and there's a lot of tasks to do. We'd like to ask for a couple more board members, please.
Okay. And so specifically 2 more members to make it a 7-member committee?
Yes, please.
Okay. And do we still have town council? I just want, or if anyone can remind me, I believe this is within our purview, correct, to add members? I know some committees are creatures of other making, so.
I think at one point we had that. I think we had 7 people at one point, Megan, and through attrition we've lost some people, and I know Rec has 7, and I think we've done some homework, and there isn't anything in the charter that precludes us from doing that.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the quorum is, but I think that's yet to be determined. But we'd love to have a couple of.
It would be 5 if you were a committee of 7.
Yeah.
Right. So, Peter, did you have anything to add to that?
Just to confirm that with the charter change, it is now the select board's purview to make a change to the composition and charge of the committee.
Great. That's what I thought. It had kind of been a different creature before. So, all right. Excellent. Any questions for Paul?
Doesn't have to wait till the town vote for that actually charter change to happen?
Isn't that one we did in the past meeting?
We did at the meeting, but I don't think we've done it at the state. The town has to actually vote the charter change also.
No, wasn't that one of the charter changes that
may
we
not
already
happen
did?
yet.
No, it hasn't
Go ahead,
happened?
Peter.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
Doug is correct.
I still think it's under
Sorry,
our purview.
Doug Jones. Yes.
Okay.
So this
Can't
is
go
what we're
wrong.
going to do. This is what we're going to do. It's late, and
Yes.
Frank, but what I'm going to do is we're going to ask Frank and Irie to just clarify whether we can do it without that vote. I believe that we can, but we'll just clarify that, and we'll put it on our next agenda to address it.
Great.
Terrific.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Hard
you.
work
Sorry for
group.
the late hour. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Good night.
Okay, next, we have status update, former senior center building at 300 Dillingham. And request to authorize issuance of requests for proposal. And go ahead. I think Peter, are you going to update us on this?
Sure, I can lead off. So as Megan and Doug Brown are aware, we have 2 entities that are very much 2 local Falmouth entities that are very much interested in operating a veterans center at 300 Dillingham, the former senior center building. The idea prior to the last town meeting had been that those 2 entities would partner together in operating a veterans center at that location. But after much effort and conversation and dialogue, they were not able to quite get to an agreement as to how that might work. So there is a general law that allows the select board to issue a lease without procurement only to certain chartered veteran agencies such as the VFW. And the VFW, the local VFW, is one of the entities interested. The other entity interested is Joe Q Coffee. I'm not quite getting the full name of the organization, but they have done quite a bit of work and are fairly well organized. And they're the other entity that's interested in running a veteran center at this location. So the board's options, given this situation, are either to simply choose the VFW or to issue a request for proposals and let both entities bid on that request for proposals. And then the select board or the town manager actually would select one of the 2 entities and bring forward a lease for approval of the select board.
Thank you, Peter. And just to quickly add, one of the concerns that we've discussed, and Doug Brown and I had met with both entities, and Doug's had conversations, I've had conversations, town staff has, to try and see if we could get them on to the same page. And one of the concerns was at town meeting, a very specific presentation was made about this partnership. And that's what town meeting voted on. In fact, our moderator got up and talked about Joe Q and what he had meant to him and how important this idea was, so there was a very specific representation made to town meeting. And that's what has made us, pause. And instead of just kind of, having one or, VFW come in, there really was a particular sentiment from town meeting. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to bring that to fruition. And it doesn't look like that is going to happen anytime soon. We always hold out hope. But that is really where this stands. And it's been several months of going back and forth, and Doug can add anything else, but I know he's been involved, and we thought at one point we maybe had reached a brokerage of this issue, but didn't. So.
Yes, it's unfortunate, but they just don't seem to be able to come to an agreement of how the thing would operate. And I spoke with one of the representatives from the VFW today, who said that the co-lease was never even an option because the charter of VFW requires that they be sole lessees of the building, which I guess they should have told us at the beginning of the conversation. But so anyway, we're in this tough position where we had Joe Q did most of the presenting actually at the town meeting. Now they're excluded from the lease, and so it's not really what town meeting voted for. Although the VFW feels strongly that they should be awarded the building and just carry on, and that all veterans would be welcome there. Although it's not, like we said, it's not what town meeting voted. So we should question between ourselves whether we need to return to town meeting or just put out the RFP. I mean, we did get the vote from town meeting that it should be a veterans center, and we can stick with that if we go with the VFW, but we're kind
we
of
can stick with it with the RFP.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, the RFP would be tailored to a veterans, or, I mean, I don't know the exact language, but it would be tailored. I don't think we can go so far afield from a town meeting vote as to say the building, just any RFP for the use of it. I think it would be towards veteran services.
That's certainly our hope, but I think town council advised us that if we go with an RFP, it has to be open to the whole general public for any use. Is that not right?
No, that's not correct. The select board does have the ability under Mass General Law, Chapter 30, Section 16, to set policy goals and limit the universe of respondents. So I have not discussed in detail exactly how that lease would be phrased. I think you could limit it exclusively to a veterans center, but it would, if not a veterans center, it would be, again, my thinking is that in order to be consistent with the town meeting vote, and I believe it would be consistent with the general law, is it would be to an entity to operate a veterans center at that location.
Right.
Okay.
So for this board tonight, we basically just we don't have to craft the language, town council, Peter and Julian will work on that. It's really about, do we want to just enter into a lease with the VFW? Do we want to go forward and issue an RFP around a veteran services? So that's what we're asking from this board tonight.
Well, in my opinion, given the way it was presented at town meeting, I think we should give the Joe Q group their own chance to compete. And if the VFW has a better program and more partners, we may end up with the VFW anyway, but at least this way they'll have a chance to make their case.
Agreed. I would move that we authorize the issuance of an RFP.
Patterson, second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, please. Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Brown.
Brown eye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Taylor.
Taylor, aye.
And English Braga, aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a status update. Proposed diversity officer position job description. Julian, can you just walk us through where we are right now?
Happy to.
Thank you.
Town meeting agreed to fund a newly created diversity coordinator position this past June. As the board knows, the position is unique in that it will support both the school and the town. It was voted to be funded through free cash. Both town and school management have collaborated to create a diversity officer job description. Given the uniqueness and importance of the position, the town and school entered into a 30-day public comment period where citizens provided valuable feedback. The feedback was then summarized with the help of the Affirmative Action Committee. The town and the school carefully reviewed internally the feedback and made some adjustments to the job description. The school committee recently held a second reading of the job description and made changes and highlighted them in red font that had been transmitted to the board electronically earlier today. The town is now presenting the job description to the select board for their review. And from there, the job description will be presented at a joint select board and school committee meeting where the job description will be finalized. And it is our hope that that joint meeting will be on Monday, March 15th, at which this will ultimately come together and be finalized. So this is just a status update. There's no need for specific action, but we do have a couple additional comments from the school committee, which can be merged in with discussion with the select board, and hopefully on the 15th come to closure if that's appropriate and desirable.
Great, thank you. And I do know, we'll just keep it very brief. We had a request by Deb Berglund. I see she has stayed for this whole time. So Deb, if you wanted to she's a member of the Affirmative Action Committee, wanted to speak on this. I think she had sent us a comment and asked to speak tonight. So if we can bring Deb Berglund over. I did see her. Okay. I think she's going to just read her comment into the record.
She did send a long letter to us, an email.
Yep.
And the beauty of waiting this long is that my comments got shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. So
Thank you.
Lucky for all of you. Yes. So you did get a detailed letter from me, but so I won't take up much more of your time. And I do appreciate all the effort that was put into this job description. But as a Falmouth resident and a member of the Affirmative Action Diversity Committee, I am really disappointed in the lack of responsiveness to the community's recommendations in this latest draft. Further, I'm really disturbed, as were many other community members, in the language that continues to be used in the job description around potential disciplinary action and effects of error in judgment on the reputation of the town. I found this language demeaning to any professional applying for this position, and a real example of exactly the kind of microaggressions that this position is intended to help guard against. All of this makes me deeply concerned about the actual level and type of support that the person in this position will actually receive in this town, and the amount of good work that they will actually be able to accomplish. So I encourage you to relook again at this job description for further revision, because I think we can do a lot better than this.
Great, thank you. And we did receive your full letters, and that will be added to the record for this particular issue.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a
Thank
good
you
rest of
very
your
much.
night.
Thank you. You too.
As short as the rest of it is.
Let's hope. Let's hope. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, next we have summary of town manager evaluation. So I received evaluations from everyone. I got some this weekend, so I just have I haven't transmitted anything to Julian because some of them came a little bit later than putting it all together, but I went through all of them. Thank you for taking the time to do it. Everyone had really thoughtful comments and suggestions. So let me just start by saying, what I'm going to do is just quickly summarize, and then, if anybody has something they feel they really need to add. But, we're doing an evaluation for the year of 2020, which 3/4 of it was taken up essentially by COVID. So it's not a normal year. The goals that we have, really were, pushed aside in many instances by the fact that we're responding to this pandemic. And that was reflected in a lot of the comments from members of the board. Other comment was just in general, we need a better tool for assessment. And so I think we're gonna look at that as well going forward. It's just overall, I would say in the numerical portion that the board essentially noted that for those criteria that we kind of graded Julian on, that he met the expectations or often exceeded in those evaluation categories. So areas of strength, many of you spoke specifically to Julian's ability and focus and success around the issue of financial management and the fact that we have, a significant amount of free cash, our bond rating, which is really superior, and that under his leadership, we've really undertaken a lot of infrastructure improvement projects that are quite significant. Of note, synthetic field, water filtration system, wastewater, sewer, senior center. As we go forward, the fire station that we talked about tonight, and that some of you noted his success in recruiting or promoting some staff and the leadership qualities that those staff have put forward, and his responsiveness to getting back in touch with the select board when we have questions, his timely response. You noted his knowledge in his field, strong knowledge of municipal management across the board. Some areas where you were looking for some improvement. A couple of you noted the employee performance evaluation system, that we need to have something that is definitive and really in place to measure employee performance, and that we were looking for something concrete on that end. There was a suggestion that Julian could improve on being more open to constructive criticism, particularly with the public, and being more candid or explanatory or full in his descriptions about or answers or descriptions about issues or plans that come forward. Noted that there are some issues that remain unresolved kind of chronically. We've touched on one of them tonight, which is turbines. Not that that's necessarily, no one noted it as Julian's fault, but that there were some issues around staffing for fire stations, the building of other fire stations that remain critical issues that you would like to see focus on. Some other comments were trying to make more opportunities about grant opportunities, take better advantage of grant opportunities, and really trying to improve some of those communication skills, being more open to out-of-the-box thinking. And I think that is kind of a general summary of the strengths and some of the areas for some more improvement that were noted across the evaluations. Did I miss anything really significant? I think I hit everybody. I went through everyone.
Sounds right.
Pretty much with a fine-tooth comb. So, what I'll do is I'll obviously consolidate, and then we have further discussions. And Julian, in the past, you've met individually with each member of the board at some point to kind of go through their particular concerns, correct?
Correct, I have, yes.
Okay. Do you want to be, what I would say is, why don't, we'll put it on you to kind of reach out and set those times up with everybody as it makes sense once I transmit this to you this week.
Certainly, yes, I'm happy to do that and continue to do it as I have in the past.
Great.
And another piece that we need to do is to come up with way more specific goals that we have for him for this year.
Yes. Yep. Sorry, I didn't. This is my handwriting looks like this. So that is up in the corner. It says the two things that, even though I know this is your evaluation, Julian, the two things that we need to do is get the better tool for doing the evaluation and having more specific measurable goals. They're really big 30,000 foot goals that make it hard when you sit down and do this. So
I got to say, some of the questions have multiple questions in them and address different things all in one question. It's impossible to answer. So it's tricky.
So I think we can get a couple of us to sit down and kind of go through it and try and craft a better tool that's more useful. refine it a little bit. So great, thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
we are at minutes. Oh, Julian, go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it
You're
very
welcome.
much. Thank you
Sorry,
for the
I know
input from the board and your summary of that. Much appreciated.
I know we sped through it, but we have time to kind of dive deeper once you meet with
Thank you.
everybody.
Very important, very helpful to me. Thank you.
Review and approve minutes of meetings, the public session, January 11th, 2021.
I move to approve and release for public access the meetings of Monday, January 11th, 2021.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Taylor,
Taylor, I.
English Braga, aye. Individual selectmen reports.
I did a lot of stuff and you don't want to hear about it.
There's no one left to hear about it.
I'm passing.
Perfect,
Yeah.
okay. Town managers report.
Just a quick one. I did want to confirm I attended the Mayflower Wind webinar presented on Wednesday evening, February 10th, advertised as a virtual town hall in conjunction with State Representatives Vieira and Fernandez. I also attended the Tuesday evening meeting of the Finance Committee as they continued their deliberations for the upcoming April town meeting. And as a reminder, the board's next meeting is Monday, March 8th. That concludes my report. Thank you.
I shouldn't skip it. The beach committee has a short list of things that they need to get ready for spring or summer opening. Paint the beach shack, maybe some more trash cans, but it's a short list, but we want to bring that to the next meeting if possible.
Yes, we'll put both those beach issues on for that meeting, the committee and otherwise. Okay, thank you to Phyllis. Thank you to Diane for putting these enormous packets and organizing everything. So thank you. Doug?
Move we adjourn.
Patterson, second.
Okay. All those in favor, Patterson?
Patterson, aye, and good morning.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, I.
English Braga, aye. Thank you guys so much. Thank you all.